You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM, powered by NairaBet, with Chris Baldwin. And good afternoon to you. It is Sunday, the 30th of April. This is Football Live on Breela FM with me, Chris Baldwin, as we bring you all of today's action in the Premier League and top European football leagues right through until 7 p.m. this evening. So welcome aboard. Featured coverage from no fewer than 9 matches. Yes, 9 matches for you on today's edition, including 5 matches in the Premier League. It's more like a Saturday than a Sunday. 4 of those Premier League matches are just about to get underway. Manchester City have the opportunity to go back to the top of the Premier League for the first time since February if they beat Fulham at Craven Cottage this afternoon at Old Trafford. Manchester United will be looking to put aside the disappointment of throwing away that 2-goal lead at Tottenham in midweek as they face Aston Villa, who are themselves very much in contention for a European qualification spot this season. Newcastle can't stop scoring at the moment, and this afternoon they can consolidate their top 4 credentials as they face Southampton, who are staring down the barrel at relegation to the Championship. And Leeds United, just 1 point clear of the drop zone, have made the trip to the south coast of England as they meet Bournemouth, who have all but guaranteed their Premier League survival. All of those matches underway as we speak. No goals to tell you about at this moment in time. We'll be getting our first live updates on each of those matches from our Football Live reporters in just a moment. Elsewhere on Football Live, coverage of the early evening Premier League fixture at Anfield as well, where Liverpool play host to Tottenham, an encounter between two sides who have had very poor seasons by their standards, although both still have a very slim chance of possibly scraping into the top 4. We'll have all the build-up and team news ahead of that match. Kickoff is at 5:30. As always, coverage from the other top flight European leagues as well here on Football Live. Further details to follow, but right now, let's go around the grounds for all of the latest news, including team news concerning the 4 Premier League matches currently in progress. Our first visit of the afternoon is to Craven Cottage, where Manchester City could leapfrog Arsenal to the top of the Premier League table if they can see off Fulham. And Isaac Dilks can give us an update on the early stages, including, as I say, all the team news. A very good afternoon to you, Isaac.
Yes, good afternoon, Chris. We've just got underway here at Craven Cottage. There's already been an early penalty shout for Manchester City. Julian Alvarez was knocked the ball down from Gundogan inside the 6-yard box and has gone down under the challenge of Tim Ream, and we await the outcome of that VAR decision. As for changes, we'll go very quickly whilst the drama ensues. Fulham make 2 changes. Decordova-Reid comes in for Manor Solomon, and Dan James is replaced by Carlos Vinicius. Manchester City, obviously fighting to go back to the top of the Premier League table for the first time in a couple of months. The Citizens make 2 changes. One in force. Kevin De Bruyne is out through injury, and Bernardo Silva is rested in place of Mahrez and Julian Alvarez. Massive game with implications at the top of the table for Manchester City today.
Yeah, absolutely, Isaac. It's a huge game, as you say, with big implications as well. It was an imperious display, wasn't it, from City on Wednesday evening against Arsenal, and with the Gunners at home to Chelsea on Tuesday evening, they've got a great time to go, great opportunity to go top of the table. And quite simply, the title race is firmly in Manchester City's hands at the moment.
Yes, it really is. It's theirs to lose now, you would say. The only thing I can say to play devil's advocate slightly is that they are playing some teams really scrapping down the bottom. They've still got to play Leeds, Everton, etc. 4 or 5 teams who are really fighting for a place in the Premier League next season. And as we all know, anything could happen in those last 5 games. Massive run in for City, and you'd argue that Arsenal have the harder one. So City have all in their hands now. If they play the way they have done for the whole season, they should be absolutely fine. A couple of minutes in here is still Fulham 0, Manchester City 0.
So still goalless there, goalless in each of the other Premier League matches that are taking place at the moment. But I can tell you there is goal news now from Craven Cottage.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Manchester City have taken the lead from the penalty spot. Erling Haaland has opened their account there.
Powered by NairaBet.
It is now Fulham 0, Manchester City 1 here on Football Live. And that's an opening goal for Manchester City. Erling Haaland once again on the score sheet. Simply lost count of the number of goals that he's scored this season. We'll be heading back to Isaac very, very shortly for details of that opening goal for Manchester City. In fact, let's head back straight away now to Craven Cottage. Isaac.
Yeah, just as you left me, that VAR decision was nice, clean and cut. Penalty given to Manchester City for the foul on Julian Alvarez. And of course, it's that man, Erling Haaland, his 50th goal of the season for Manchester City. His 34th, if I'm not mistaken, in the Premier League so far in just 30 appearances. Unbelievable. Coolly slots it into the bottom right corner with that powerful left foot of his. And in just under 5 minutes, City have already taken an early lead. So it's now Fulham 0, Manchester City 1 here at Craven Cottage.
So a great start then for City. Erling Haaland on the score sheet once again. Of course, he scored when these two sides last met back in November. He scored in the 95th minute on that occasion when Manchester City beat Fulham by 2-1. City have lost only one of their last 54 Premier League games when scoring first, and they're ahead already. You're listening to Football Live here on Brilla FM as we continue to go around the Premier League grounds. We've heard from all of the latest news then from Craven Cottage. Next, we are going to head to Old Trafford. Aston Villa, they're a team transformed under Unai Emery at the moment. They have an outside chance of claiming a top 4 spot. And victory at Manchester United this afternoon will go a very long way indeed to realising that dream. Let's get an update of the early exchanges in that match with Football Live reporter Richard Bond.
Good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Old Trafford, where we're about 5 minutes into this huge match in the top 4 race between United and Villa. Currently, the scoreline's level, with Man United slightly edging the play of possession, but no real chances of note to say. Villa so good at the back this season will be a tough nut to crack. United sitting in 4th, are unbeaten in the last 25 games at Old Trafford, but their record's likely to be challenged today. Villa 10 unbeaten under Unai Emery coming into this game and just 6 points behind Man United in that Champions League qualification place. It's a quick turnaround really for Ten Hag's side. United just 3 days after throwing away their lead against Tottenham, and he's made 2 changes today to that side that drew 2-2. Malacia's come in at fullback, while Sabitza's come into midfield with Wan-Bissaka and Anthony dropping to the bench. United will continue to be without Varane and Lisandro Martinez for the rest of the season, but Harry Maguire has recovered sufficiently to come back onto the bench. Having an extra couple of days rest, Villa attempt really today to get their first Premier League double of United, having beaten them 3-1 back in October. Since then, much has changed as they've gone right up to 6th place. Ollie Watkins, really the main man in that team, with 11 goals in 14. So team news for Villa as such, there's no changes. It's unchanged from the lineup that beat Fulham 1-0 at Villa Park. 19 goals in the last 5 meetings between these two sides, so I'm expecting a really entertaining contest. But as I say, no real major chances to note on yet. We're about 8 minutes into the match now. It's Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0.
So still goalless then at Villa Park at the moment. And Richard, just briefly, United and Newcastle obviously looking favourites to book the remaining 2 Champions League qualification spots. But Villa, as we know, they have their own European aspirations. An incredible run they've been on. 10 unbeaten now in the Premier League, and they will prove a tough nut to crack this afternoon for United.
Oh, definitely. And I think they've only conceded 3 goals in that period as well in the last 10. And, United, as they are so good at home, you've got to back them. But Villa, they're going to be dangerous and really, I think, more for the Europa spots as such, as we see battling maybe with Brighton and Tottenham, Liverpool. There's still a lot of sides and a lot of changes to happen yet in this season to come. But at the moment, though, it's going to be a very close affair here. Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0, 8.5 minutes gone.
So still goalless there. I can tell you there is goal news in one of our featured matches in Italian Serie A this afternoon.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Cremonese have taken the lead at home to Verona at the Stadio Giovanni Zini. Leon Jones is watching that for us. We'll be getting news of that goal for Cremonese in a battle between two sides fighting relegation a little bit later on. But next they're on Football Live to the Vitality Stadium, where Bournemouth could heap more pressure on Javi Gracia and his struggling Leeds United side, who are just 1 point clear of the relegation trap door ahead of this game. Let's cross to Jordan Nicoli for a latest update. Jordan.
Good afternoon, listeners. Yeah, I'm excited for this one at the Vitality Stadium. This is a massive match for Premier League survival between Bournemouth and Leeds. So far, there was a chance for Leeds. Bamford had a shot and it seemed to be handled. It was definitely handled by vthe, and it seemed as if a penalty was going to be given, but instead a free kick was given. Rucker took the free kick, put his laces through it, but it was a good save from Neto. I'll go with the team news first from Bournemouth. They changed to a 4-2-3-1 formation. Their previous formation was 3-4-2-1. Utara comes in for Metham, and also Adam Smith comes in for the injured Tavernier. For Leeds, they have a more aggressive formation as they are, of course, chasing survival. They want to be in the Premier League next season, so they play a 3-4-3 attacking formation in this match. Christensen is in for Firpo, Nonto is in for Rodrigo, and Somerville is in for Sinistera, who's out for the season. It's a massive match. It's a massive match also for Bournemouth because they could pretty much secure Premier League survival with a win today. But Leeds are going to be the team putting the pressure on Bournemouth because they only have 30 points with 5 games left. So it's going to be an exciting one at the Vitality Stadium so far. With 10 minutes gone, Bournemouth 0, Leeds 0.
Yeah, and Jordan, as you say, it's a big game for both sides. But in midweek, that was a huge result for Bournemouth against their South Coast rivals, Southampton, to pretty much really virtually guarantee their Premier League survival. But for Leeds, their Premier League future is still very much in peril, isn't it? And between the two sides, they're the ones that really desperately need the 3 points this afternoon.
100%. Yeah, Leeds have been in a terrible run of form, losing 5-1 and then 6-1 in their previous games to Crystal Palace and Liverpool, respectively. Yeah, Leeds really need to show up today. They really could have won their last match against Leicester. Bamford missed an absolute sitter in that game. They'll be hoping he's on top form today. He needs to be. This is a massive game for Leeds to ensure they're in the Premier League next season. Like you said, it doesn't mean as much for Bournemouth, but of course, they would want to secure Premier League survival in front of their home fans. So they're still going to be trying to get the 3 points today. But yeah, it's a massive game for Leeds.
That's Jordan Nicoli's reporting on Bournemouth against Leeds at the Vitality Stadium for Football Live this afternoon. Hopefully we'll be hooking up with Warren Bishop, who's watching Newcastle against Southampton a little bit later on. But I believe there's been an opportunity at Old Trafford. Manchester United against Aston Villa. Here's Richard Bond.
Yeah, first opportunity of the game, and we've got about 10 minutes gone. Yeah, and it's come to Marcus Rashford, who's been such a good player this season. Really, I think it might have been chalked up for offside if it had gone on target. But Selbitzer, he robbed Ramsey in the centre of the park. He's fed through Rashford, and he's used his electric pace to bear down on Martinez on goal. He's tried to curl an effort past him round the right-hand post, but it's just inches wide. But like I say, I think it would have been ruled out for offside. But first signs for United that they're having a go to try and take the lead here. But it's Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0, 13 minutes gone.
So let's just recap the latest scores then from the 4 Premier League matches currently underway. Goalless between Bournemouth and Leeds at the Vitality Stadium. Fulham 0, Manchester City 1 from Craven Cottage. Erling Haaland from the penalty spot in the 3rd minute. Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0, as you just heard with Richard Bond. And it remains goalless as well at the St James's Park. Newcastle 0, Southampton 0. Just a reminder that Liverpool, of course, take on Tottenham at Anfield in a 5:30 kickoff later on today. We'll, of course, bring you any goal news just as soon as it comes through from each of those Premier League matches right here on Football Live. Just a reminder, of course, that NiroBet's Ayo Alabi will be looking at some of the betting opportunities available on today's football action, including Liverpool versus Tottenham. So plenty of coverage to come from the top European leagues during the course of the programme. 2 featured matches for you in Italian Serie A at the Stadio Diego Armando Maradona. Napoli, of course, could win the title this afternoon as they entertain Salernitana, a match which was rescheduled due to public security concerns. They kicked off just a few minutes ago. Let's head over to Football Live's John Kane for all the latest news. Good afternoon, John.
Yes, good afternoon, Chris, and good afternoon, everyone. Napoli, they know today a win against Salernitana will win them their third title in their history. The last two were with Diego Armando Maradona when they won it in 87 and 1990, and 23 years later, Guevara Maradona and, of course, the Nigerian Victor Osimhen can win it today. 15 minutes gone, both teams I think sort of where we're expecting to be. Napoli are on top for the first 15 minutes, had about 4 or 5 chances, most notably one in the very first minute. Well, it's a lovely cross from Lozano to Victor Osimhen, and Victor must head out from 6 yards, just gone a bit wide. There's a couple of changes for Napoli for today's game from their win against Juve last weekend. Rahmani and Zelensky are on for Juan Jesus and Ndombele. Likewise for Salernitana, their surprise win against Sassuolo, they have got a couple of changes. Danilic and Mazzocchi are instead of Lovato and Bellerin. But it's a game that we are expecting Napoli to win, on paper at least, Chris. But you can imagine what it's going to be like in Napoli tonight if they win today, and they'll be winning their third title as well.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
How about this? Fulham have equalised at Craven Cottage. It's now Fulham 1, Manchester City 1. Isaac Dilks watching that game for us. We'll be crossing over to Isaac for details of that goal very, very shortly. But what a surprise. Manchester City, well, they always concede, don't they? Quite simply. But a real surprise there. Let's head over now to Isaac Dilks at Craven Cottage. Isaac.
Yes, Arsenal fans, start tuning in as the title race seems to be opening up a little bit here with Fulham getting a goal back here at Craven Cottage. A brilliant finish by Carlos Vinicius in the absence of Alexander Mitrovic, 6 games into his 8-game ban. Now, Vinicius is really stepping up here today. Only his 3rd Premier League goal of the season, but a massive one for the implications in the Premier League title race. The ball gets fed over the top by João Paulinho, knocked down by Harry Wilson, who makes a great run across the centre-backs, goes into the penalty area. Great header to knock it back down, Carlos Vinicius. Brilliant touch on his thigh, and then sets it down and leathers it in with the laces of his left boot. Brilliant finish to a brilliant move by Fulham, and they are now back in the game after a heavy period of City dominance in the first 15 minutes. We're now 16 minutes in, and it's Fulham 1, Manchester City 1.
So all square at Craven Cottage, 1 apiece there. Let's head back to Old Trafford, and it appears though Manchester United seem the more likely to open the scoring in that game. Richard Bond.
Yes, another good chance for United, and they're starting to get into the ascendancy here now. And it's that man Rashford again who's been put in. Villa really maybe getting caught up playing the high line this afternoon. Fernandes, who's playing more out wide today as Sabitz has come into midfield, he picked the ball up and he's put through a lovely ball to play Rashford through, and he's pulled off a brilliant save out of Emilio Martinez in the Villa goal, who's tipped it one-handed round the post. Warning signs there now for Aston Villa, really, but United well on top in this one in the early stages. So 18 minutes gone, it's Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0.
Cremonese against Verona is one of 2 featured matches we have for you here on Football Live from Italian Serie A this afternoon. There was an early goal in that game for Cremonese. Let's hear all about it now from Leon Jones.
Yeah, massive goal for Cremonese. They need to win this one today if they have any chance of staying up. And it was the Nigerian star, David Okereke. He latched onto a loose touch from De Pauli, Verona's right back, and then he took it into the box and slotted it into the bottom right corner. That is a massive goal in this relegation 6-pointer because it moves Cremonese 5 points to safety rather than 8. Latest score here in Italy, it's Cremonese 1, Verona 0.
So Cremonese still leading by 1-0 in that relegation battle in Italian Serie A. Now in the German Bundesliga, Dortmund, they slipped up after being held to a draw by lowly Bochum on Friday evening. That gives Bayern Munich the opportunity to go back to the top of the table if they secure all 3 points today at home to Hertha Berlin. It's our featured match in the German Bundesliga here on Football Live. Kickoff is at 3:30 p.m. with the build-up and team news ahead of that match. We now head over to Football Live reporter Matt Key. Good afternoon, Matt.
Good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon, Football Live listeners. And yes, like you say, a title race in the Bundesliga. It's almost May. What is going on? But that's the way it is at the minute. And after relinquishing control last week, losing against Mainz, Bayern Munich have the chance to take control once again at bottom of the table, Hertha Berlin. The German Giants are 2 points off the top with their game in hand, while Hertha are 6 points off the relegation playoff with a game in hand. So a big game for this one. It's about to get underway in about 10 minutes. Looking forward to it. Bayern Munich versus Hertha Berlin at the Allianz Arena.
First goal of the afternoon at the Vitality Stadium.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And it's bad news for Leeds United because Jefferson Lerma has scored for Bournemouth. They lead Leeds by 1-0. Bournemouth 1, Leeds United 0. Fulham 1, Manchester City 1, Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0, and Newcastle 0, Southampton 0. They are all the latest scores for you in the Premier League. You are listening to Football Live.
Follow NairaBet on Twitter @NairaBet and on Facebook @NairaBet Online to take part in our infamous giveaways, and you too can win big. NairaBet, the home of sports betting and fast payments in Nigeria.
Next Saturday, exclusive coverage on Football Live. Bournemouth take on Chelsea in the Premier League. The best place to follow the Premier League and all the major leagues in Europe is right here on Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Brilla FM.
It is drama you will not want to miss.
Well, against all the odds, Bournemouth are taking the lead and not a single shot on target up to this point.
Yeah, it was a James Ward-Prowse classic. He just kills it beautifully.
Well, it's been absolute chaos.
Yes, Josh. Football's a cruel game. You know, you can have all the possession you want, but if you don't put the ball at the back of the net.
It was, again, Kate and Son, like the good old days.
But this show never disappoints.
Yes, well, it's Brentford 0, Crystal Palace 1 here, and it's Eberechi Eze who's got the goal.
Oh my word, Josh. I cannot believe how Phil Foden has not made this 2-0.
Yes, Barry, it's a second goal for Borussia Dortmund, and the Dice Watch go on are running away with it now.
Football Live, the previous show, returns tomorrow on Brilla FM, exclusively looking back at all the weekend's action with myself, Barry Swain. We'll hear from the managers, we'll hear from the players, and we'll take a careful look at who's going to win the leagues, who's going to make it into Europe next year, and who will get relegated. We'll have a close look at all the big weekend's action once it's all taken place and unfolded, dissecting the action right here on Brilla FM, exclusively on Football Live, the previous show, tomorrow on Brilla FM.
Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Chivita.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brilla FM with Football Live.
But it always starts with us.
All the key action from around Europe's top leagues.
Wow. Just wow.
You are listening to Football Live on Brilla FM. Powered by NairaBet. Have your say on today's action and interact with Brilla FM on Twitter @BrillaFM889, on Facebook @889BrillaFM, and on Instagram BrillaFM889. Welcome back to Football Live on Brilla FM. Further goal news from the Vitality Stadium.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And it gets worse for Javi Gracia's side because it's now Bournemouth 2, Leeds United 0. A brace for Jefferson Lerma. So Leeds in big trouble now at the wrong end of the table, already trailing at the Vitality Stadium by 2-0. We will be heading over to Jordan Nicoli, who, of course, is watching that game for us this afternoon, just as soon as we can. But let's just go around the Premier League grounds once again, the other Premier League grounds once again here on Football Live. Let's just check back in with Richard Bond, who's watching Manchester United against Aston Villa. Is it still goalless there, Richard?
It's still goalless with 23 minutes gone, but Villa have had a great opportunity to take the lead, and it's been all United before that. But Buendia, who's really come into his own the last couple of weeks, he's sort of played a really nice ball in across the goal, and it's Ollie Watkins. His ball's just behind him. Watkins is screaming for a penalty. You think he's been caught by Diego Dalot, but it's gone past. As all the commotion's going on, in comes Alex Moreno at the back post. He smashes a shot and produces a really good save out of David De Gea. But yeah, good opportunity for Villa, but at the moment, 25 minutes gone. Man United 0, Aston Villa 0.
So still goalless there, Richard. But as we know, midweek United throwing away that 2-goal lead, didn't they, at Tottenham? But you would expect them to stay on track for that top 4 finish this season. But there will be some concerns regarding recent performances because they haven't really been firing on all cylinders, have they?
Well, today they started off really well. You know, they've produced a couple of opportunities for Rashford. They've been really good at home, but yeah, it is concerning. Twice in a month, thrown away a 2-goal lead. They've done it in Europe against Sevilla, and they've done it against Spurs. That top 4 race is tight at this stage of the season now, so it comes to the stage really, you've got to put a good run together now, otherwise you're going to drop out, and the chasing pack will catch up and pass you. But at the moment, though, scores are level, 0-0, 25 minutes gone.
So just past the midway point then of the first halves in each of our matches that are taking place. Let's head back to the Vitality Stadium for news of those 2 Bournemouth goals at home to Leeds United. Here's Jordan Nicoli.
It's heartbreak for Leeds. It's real heartbreak for Leeds. They have been playing very well in the opening stages of this match. They were the more attacking side, creating a few chances. Bamford had a great chance, but Bournemouth caught them on their counter-attack, and it was Dominic Solanke. Great play from him, great footwork. He cut it back for Billing, and Billing's effort was blocked by Cooper, but it fell kindly for Lerma. And what a finish. What a finish this was. Into the top corner. Nothing Meslier could do about it. And then, not long after that, you could see that the Leeds had started to drop after that. Rocker was telling them, you know, keep your heads, keep cool. But heads had dropped, and then a corner kick from Christie, and Meslier just completely flaps at it, and it falls kindly again for Jefferson Lerma. He reacts quicker than any of the Leeds defenders, and he smashes it into the back of the net. Bournemouth 2 goals up at home. Premier League survival looks certain for them, not the same for Leeds. So 26 minutes gone, it's Bournemouth 2, Leeds 0.
And Jordan, this is really bad news for Leeds, isn't it? Because having picked up that point in midweek at home to another fellow struggling side, Leicester City, it wasn't really enough for them on that occasion. They're trailing by 2-0 now, and it's difficult to see where the next 3 points are going to come from for Leeds United, because looking at their run-in, the next 4 matches, Manchester City away, Newcastle at home, West Ham away, and Tottenham at home. It looks pretty desperate for them.
Yeah, that is a terrible run of fixtures to have for Leeds. This is not great for Leeds United at all. Teams like Wolverhampton, they'll be licking their lips. Everton, they'll be licking their lips seeing this match, because Leeds, I don't want to say they're going to get relegated. They still got a chance, but losing in this match against Bournemouth, this is a must win. And right now, it looks like they can concede a few more, because of course they're going to have to go for it. But Bournemouth are hitting them on the counter-attack at every moment. It's going to be tough work for Javi Garcia to keep Leeds in the Premier League. I'll just say that.
And still currently goalless then at the Vitality Stadium. Let's head back to Craven Cottage now. Fulham against Manchester City. Is it still level there, Isaac Dilks?
Still 1-1 here at Craven Cottage. Yes, Pep Guardiola will be absolutely livid with the City performance so far. The game has been so transitional, so counter-attacking based. He'll be pulling his hair out if he had any on the sidelines. City still looking dangerous on the break though, however. Big chance for Jack Grealish just a couple of minutes ago. Erling Haaland found him a little dinked ball over the top of the back four. Grealish, acres of space on the left-hand side of the box, but He sort of shows his calves to Bernardo too early. It really opens his body up, tries to curl it, whip it into that top right-hand corner, and Bernardo makes an excellent diving save. And he put the ball onto the crossbar, and it's scrambled out behind for a goal kick after Gundogan fails to get any sort of good connection on the ball to turn it in. So big chances coming for both sides, I imagine. A very, very exciting game here. Everything happening, transition, lots of chances. Free-flowing football here at the moment. But after 28 minutes, it's still Fulham 1, Manchester City 1.
There have been a few chances as well this afternoon at Old Trafford, but no goals the last time we were with Richard Bond. Manchester United against Aston Villa.
Yeah, there's no goals still, but they're edging very closer, United, and they were screaming for a penalty minutes ago, really. And it was Christian Eriksen and Fernandes playing a nice little ball together in midfield. Then goes Jadon Sancho. His pace is really causing Villa problems alongside Rashford as well. But he sprints into the box and he's collided with Douglas Luiz. And really, it looked a bit soft if they'd given it, but you've seen them given. It was turned down on this occasion. But United have kept going, and they produce another chance then from their next attack. And again, it was Sancho who was playing really well in possession, dominating down the left-hand side before pulling the ball into the box. Brazilian Casemiro's there. He smashed the shot against the crossbar. And Villa at 6s and 7s. United look the more likely at the moment, though. But half an hour in, it's Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 0.
Let's head back for the first time, in fact, I think this afternoon, to St James's Park. I'm delighted to say Warren Bishop should be on the line now. Newcastle against Southampton. Warren.
Yes, good afternoon, Chris. After a few technical difficulties, we're finally here at St James's Park. And for the quick team news, Newcastle make 4 changes from their victory at Everton as per Murphy, Gordon and Isak replaced Target, Longstaff, Amron and Wilson. Southampton, after their defeat to Bournemouth, make 5 changes as Bella Bianco, Sulemana, Armstrong and Gineppo all come in. Newcastle have had the better chances. Anthony Gordon coming the closest in this game after crashing the crossbar, and Joel Linton heading wide. But after half an hour, it remains Newcastle 0, Southampton.
Still goalless then at St James's Park. It's certainly not goalless at the Vitality Stadium.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And shortly after we left Jordan Okoli, we were discussing how it was a dire situation for Leeds United, trailing 2-0. Well, they're back in it. Patrick Bamford has scored in the 32nd minute to give them some hope now. It's Bournemouth 2, Leeds United 1. Back with Jordan very, very shortly for news of that goal. But Leeds United have reduced the deficit in that game. Bournemouth 2, Leeds United 1. Well, I mentioned earlier that we were going to be hoping to cross over to Ayo Alabi from NairaBet to have a look at some of the betting opportunities available for you this afternoon. I believe Ayo is at Old Trafford today. The line, we hope, is going to hold. Ayo, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, sir. Well, look, 5 Premier League matches taking place today. As I mentioned earlier, it's more like a Saturday afternoon than a Sunday. Liverpool against Tottenham. That's the early evening kickoff at 5:30. Two sides that, it's fair to say, have had disappointing seasons. But that said, they still have an outside chance, both of them, of making the top 4. So a lot potentially riding on this encounter. How are things shaping up in the betting market, and where are you looking for the value, Ayo?
Hello? Can you hear me?
I'm not sure Ayo can hear us very well. Ayo, can you hear me okay? No, we got technical problems with Ayo, who I said, as I mentioned, is at Old Trafford this afternoon, where he's currently watching a goalless game being played out between Manchester United and Aston Villa. We will try and see if we can correct that technical error and get back to Ayo. No promises though, but hopefully we will try again a little bit later on. Let's get news of that goal for Leeds United at the Vitality Stadium. Jordan Okoli.
Massive goal for Leeds. They needed that. The next goal was so important in this match. If Bournemouth got it, then you would think that they could score 4, 5 or 6. But it's Leeds who get the goal, and it's Patrick Bamford. And the assist came from Nonto. Nonto with his 6th assist of the season. Boy, have they missed Nonto. A peach of a cross. into Bamford, and he couldn't miss this. Well, I say he couldn't miss. He did miss a sitter in the last game, but he puts this one in the back of the net with his head. Nothing Neto could do about it. A fantastic cross and a comfortable, calm header from Bamford into the back of the net. He picks up the ball and says, come on, let's go. We can still stay in this Premier League. So Leeds are fighting back as we approach half-time in this one. It's Bournemouth 2, Leeds 1.
Yeah, Leeds very much back in it then, now trailing by the odd goal in 3. You are listening to Football Live here on Brilla FM with myself, Chris Baldwin, keeping you company in the hot seat all the way through until 7 p.m. this evening. Plenty of other matches taking place in the top European leagues this afternoon. We have 2 feature games for you in Italian Serie A, including the one, of course, at the Stadio Diego Armando Maradona, where Napoli have the opportunity to seal the Scudetto this afternoon at home to Salernitana. And John Kane is watching that game for us. It could be a real celebration this afternoon, John, but at the moment still remains goalless.
Yes, and I don't know how we still remain goalless, Chris, because it's been a complete one-way traffic for the first 36 minutes or so. We had about 7 big chances for Napoli to take the lead, but yet for anyone to score a goal, and a couple of chances for Osimhen. That normal day, he would have cleared it in. He would have put it into the back of the net. And today really is probably the best day for Napoli to win this Scudetto. Inter doing me a massive favour early on. When they were losing 1-0 at half-time. They scored 3 goals in the second half, and they just put it on the plate for Napoli. Napoli just need to win today against middle table Salernitana, and I think it's just a matter of time we can see a goal. But at the moment, 36 minutes gone, it's still Napoli 0, Salernitana 0.
John's got his dentures back in, currently goalless then between Napoli and Salernitana. Cremonese against Verona. That is our other match in Serie A. It remains Cremonese 1, Verona 0. An early goal there for the hosts. We'll be crossing back over to Leon Jones very, very short. In fact, tell you what, let's cross over to Leon right now. Any further goal news from that game, Leon?
No further goal news. It's been a good game, this. Cremonese, they look really, really good. I'm surprised they're at the bottom of Serie A. I mean, I've not been keeping up with them much this season, but on the basis of this half so far, I'm surprised they're at 19th. Dessers off the bench would be another threat, but Okereke, he has looked brilliant up front, the Nigerian striker. He's causing a lot of problems for that Verona back line, and I think there might be another few goals in this for Cremonese, but as it stands, it's Cremonese 1, Verona 0.
So it remains Cremonese 1, Verona 0. I can tell you there is goal news, further goal news, and an important goal at that, at Craven Cottage.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Which way has it gone? We head over to Isaac Dilks.
Yes, the Citizens take a 2-1 lead here at Craven Cottage. A brilliant goal by Julian Alvarez. An absolute quality strike from about 30 yards out. Gets the better of Bernd Leno. City win the ball back on the halfway line with some good pressing from Manuel Akanji. He just hands it off essentially to Julian Alvarez in the centre circle. He drives 25-30 yards unchallenged by the Fulham midfield and then absolutely lets loose thunderous strike that curls over the top of Leno's outstretched glove into the top right corner to double City's goal tally for the afternoon and restore their lead once again. Just under 40 minutes gone, and it's now Fulham 1, Manchester City 2.
So City back in front then at Craven Cottage. A big goal for them as they look to climb back to the top of the table for the first time since February, of course. They have an opportunity to leapfrog Arsenal this evening if they win at Craven Cottage. We have an opening goal at Old Trafford.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
They've been knocking on the door. Manchester United have taken the lead against Aston Villa. No news of the goals of the goal scorer as of yet, but it is now Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0. You get the sense that if they can win this afternoon, that might pretty much seal their place in the top 4 this season. But United now a goal to the good at home to Aston Villa. Bruno Fernandes on the score sheet for Erik ten Hag's side. Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0, the latest there. It remains goalless at St James's Park, surprisingly, between Newcastle and Southampton. And just to recap the latest scores in the other 2 games, of course, currently in progress. Bournemouth 2, Leeds United 1. And as you just heard a short while ago from our Football Live reporter, Isaac Dilks, now Fulham 1, Manchester City 2. We also have action, of course, in the German Bundesliga for you here on Football Live this afternoon. Let's get our first update in the first half on Bayern Munich against Hertha Berlin from the Allianz Arena. Here's Matt Key.
Yeah, we've had 10 minutes in this one. Really good game at the minute, but yet to find an opening goal. That's not for the lack of trying. Bayern Munich obviously pushing this opportunity to go top of the Bundesliga, and Hertha deciding that attack might be the best form of defence. They obviously don't fancy their chances at keeping out this Bayern Munich attack, and they're going for it, to be fair to them. A couple of times they've had chances on the counter-attack, and Jessic Nankankum up top. He's been a real threat so far, causing Pavard and De Ligt plenty of problems. Good start to this game. It's 11 minutes gone. It's Bayern Munich 0, Hertha Berlin 0.
We're closing in on half-time in each of the 4 Premier League matches currently underway. Let's get news of that goal for Manchester United at Old Trafford against Aston Villa. Richard Bond.
Yes, and it's Manchester United who've taken the lead here 5 minutes before half-time, and it's that man Bruno Fernandes who's got the goal to put United ahead. It's a lovely bit of play by Casemiro to release Rashford down the left-hand side before he's played a lovely little ball through to Fernandes on the edge of the box, taking a touch, just cut inside, bent it through into the back far post, into the back of the net. United 1 up, 5 minutes to go till half-time. Manchester United 1, Villa 0.
So a great time for United to break the deadlock in that game. You're listening to Football Live here on Brilla FM. We'll be back around the Premier League grounds and all the other European grounds as well very, very shortly. Of course, just reflecting on yesterday, only 3 Premier League matches, but it was an absolute goal fest with 16 goals scored yesterday. Brighton maintained their push for a place in Europe with a 6-0 thrashing of Wolves at the Amex with a brace each from Denis Undav and Pascal Gross. Here is the Seagulls head coach, Roberto De Zerbi, on that resounding success.
Yes, I decided to change 5 players to give more energy, to be more live during the game. I'm not surprised for the performances of Gilmore Undav. The level of the other players is very high, and it's difficult to find the space for them, but very delighted for the performance for the guys, not for the result, because we are suffering a lot for the last 2 games in Nottingham, and especially in semi-final FA Cup. We deserve to win, and we suffer for it. Today was fantastic.
That's Roberto De Zerbi. Brighton recording their biggest ever top-flight victory yesterday. Goal at St James's Park.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And how about this for a scoreline? Newcastle 0, Southampton 1. That is a shock. Newcastle 0, Southampton 1. That's the latest news from St James's Park. And the goal scorer for you, Carlos Alcaraz, has opened the scoring there for the Saints. So Newcastle 0, Southampton 1, the latest score. As we just briefly reflect once again on Saturday's action, a 7-goal thriller, of course, played out at Selhurst Park as Crystal Palace beat London rivals West Ham 4-3. It's now 4 wins in 6 for Palace since Roy Hodgson returned to the fold. And as for West Ham, they're still not safe technically from the drop zone. Here's Hammers defender Angelo Ogbonna following that loss.
Yeah, we came with nothing in the end, but the battle was there. We were 1-0 up, and then they equalised, and after that, like we dropped a little bit. But this is football. We have many games in front of us, and we try to bounce back. But not for now, but then Kurt had the injury, and then maybe affect a little bit on the team and that kind of things. And I think we tried everything to get back, and Of course, the battle was there. At the end, we didn't get the point.
That's West Ham's Angelo Ogbonna following that 4-3 loss at Palace yesterday. Meanwhile, of course, Nottingham Forest, well, their Premier League survival hopes were dealt a major blow as a late Brentford fight back secured all 3 points in the 2-1 win for the Bees to leave Steve Cooper's side still just 1 point clear of the bottom three. That all happened yesterday as we look towards what is, of course, happening this afternoon here on Football Live in Brilla FM. We've been having a few technical issues at St James's Park this afternoon. Newcastle against Southampton. We're going to try and check in now with Warren Bishop for news of that opening strike for the Saints. Warren.
Yes, Southampton lead here against the run of play, and it's Stuart Armstrong who's got the goal for Southampton, just his second of the season. It's a good breakaway from Alcaraz, and Sion pushed the ball right to Suleiman, who hit the cross in, and there was Armstrong to finish it off with his knee as Southampton take a shot lead. Newcastle have had all the chances. Obviously, Anthony Gordon coming close on a couple of occasions, as well as Joel Linton. But what a goal, and an important one it could be for Ruben Selles. 41 minutes on the clock. It's Newcastle 0, Southampton 1.
Wow, as they approach half-time there. What a big goal that is for Southampton. They've pretty much been written off, haven't they, by many people, really. But they are still within touching distance at the bottom of the Premier League table. In fact, as it stands, although there's plenty of football still to be played at St James's Park, they would move to within 3 points of Nottingham Forest, who are in 17th spot. But a really surprising scoreline there coming through from St James's Park, where it is Newcastle 0, Southampton 1. We'll be back around the Premier League grounds very, very shortly here on Football Live on Brilla FM. Just to say, unfortunately, we won't be able to be joined by Ayo Alabi from NairaBet this afternoon. The line not good enough, I'm afraid, from Old Trafford, where Ayo is this afternoon. A reminder as well, of course, that in about 6 minutes' time, we'll be crossing over to Tony and the crew in Nigeria for all of your social media comments. Halftime whistle has blown at the Stadio Diego Armando Maradona. Napoli against Salernitana. A bit of a surprising scoreline there. John Kane.
Yes, it's half-time here at Diego Armando Maradona Stadium. It is Napoli 0, Salernitana 0. It's been a one-way traffic throughout the 45 minutes. There have been plenty of chances for Napoli to score at least 2 goals in the first half, but they just sort of, I think they've been rushed out, really. They're trying to get the job done and over well with, but I think that rush has cost them a goal or two. But it has been a one-way traffic. We've seen Victor Osimhen with a couple of chances, Lozano with one, and Maradona with a couple two more. It's still 0-0. It's half-time. However, I think it's just a matter of time in the second half when Napoli will be crowned champions of Italy. It's half-time here. It's Napoli 0, Salernitana 0.
And in our other featured match currently taking place at the Stadio Giovanni Zini, it is remains Cremonese 1, Verona 0. They've hit half-time there. We'll be getting a half-time report very shortly from Leon Jones on that game. In fact, I'll tell you what, let's head over to Leon right now. Leon.
Yeah, it's half-time here in Italy. It's Cremonese 1, Verona 0. And it was a poor mistake from Verona to give David Okereke the first chance of the game and the first goal of the game. Slotted home lovely in the bottom right corner. But Cremonese 1-0 up in this one. Lazovic, he had a chance for Verona to equalise, but he just couldn't head it home from close range. And this is going to be a big second half for both sides. This is a relegation 6-pointer. Whoever wins this, their survival hopes will be massively boosted. Verona look there for the taking. Half-time here, it's Cremonese 1, Verona 0.
Let's go back around the Premier League grounds now as we close in on half-time. First of all, to Old Trafford. Manchester United against Aston Villa. Richard Bond.
Yeah, well, it's reached half-time here. It's Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0. And that goal 5 minutes before half-time from Bruno Fernandes, giving Eric Ten Hag's side the lead. They've been a much better side in this first half, to be honest. Their pace is really causing Aston Villa a lot of problems, particularly Rashford and Sancho. Villa are playing a high line, and the midfield duo of Casemiro and Eriksen really have looked to have the better of their Villa counterparts. Villa did have that one chance in the first half, really, which nearly came to Ollie Watkins, but for United, they've been very comfortable and will look to try and get the 3 points, which will cement their position in that race for that top 4 place. Now, for Unai Emery, he'd be looking for a few changes perhaps in that second half, perhaps a change of formation or a change of tactic. But at half-time, it's Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0.
So United a goal to the good at the break. Let's head back to Craven Cottage as we approach half-time. Fulham against Manchester City. Isaac Dilks.
Yes, we're in minute 4 here of the 5 added on due to that long injury to Tim Ream that forced him off the pitch subsequently. City in control at the moment, but Fulham by no means out of this game. They've had a couple of good chances, some good balls whipped in from set pieces, a couple of corners in the last few minutes. So there's going to be opportunities for Fulham to get back into this game. It looks like the Fulham who were playing in the first half of this season, pushing for European places, not the side who have lost 5 of their last 7. Manchester City, though, like I've been saying all half, very dangerous on the counter-attack. They're just looking to slow the game down and control the ball and then hopefully put this game to bed with a 3rd goal. But still, Fulham 1, Manchester City 2 as we close in on half-time here.
And we've also reached half-time at St James's Park. Newcastle against Southampton. Warren Bishop.
Yes, half-time here at St James's Park, and the bottom side of the Premier League have a shock lead against the champions of the 17th, Newcastle. Newcastle, they've been wasteful, not shot on target so far, but they did create the better chances in that first 45 minutes, where Bruno Guimaraes volleyed wide with his left-footed effort, and then Anthony Gordon on his first start at St James's Park hit the woodwork. Southampton took the lead. It was a nice move, forced a 3-on-3 where Alcaraz picked up the ball, slided the ball right to Suleimana, who whipped across the face of goal, and it was kneed home by Stuart Armstrong for just his 2nd goal of the season. Newcastle will have to threaten Alex McCarthy in the second half and be more clinical with the chances that they create. But at half-time, it's Newcastle United 0, Southampton 1.
And we'll be getting a half-time report from Jordan Nicoli. The match between Bournemouth and Leeds at the Vitality Stadium very, very soon. But it is that time now where we head back over to Nigeria for the latest social media interaction from yourselves and a roundup of the Nigerian players in action today in the major leagues and all around Europe as we cross over to Tony and the crew in Nigeria. You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM, powered by NairaBet, with Chris Baldwin. Yes, and welcome back. This is Football Live. Thanks to our colleagues in Nigeria with all of your social media comments there. Let's just wrap up the half-time situation at the Vitality Stadium. Bournemouth against Leeds United. Did Bournemouth take that lead into the break at the interval? Jordan Nicoli.
Yeah, they took the lead into the break. So Bournemouth lead 2-1 at the Vitality Stadium. Goals from Jefferson Lerma. He got 2 goals, his 4th and 5th of the season in the Premier League. Patrick Bamford also got a goal. He got his 4th of the season. Is that going to be enough for Leeds to potentially fight back in this second half? Bamford with an important goal. The hope is still alive for Leeds to be in the Premier League next season, but they need a massive second half, a huge second half. The way the match ended the way the half ended, Leeds were putting the pressure on, but just couldn't break down Bournemouth, who are of course sitting back and just defending. So Leeds are going to need a big half. Javi Garcia is going to need a big team talk. So we'll see what happens. But at half-time, it's Bournemouth 2, Leeds 1.
Jordan, just a quick word on Gary O'Neill, because he's done an amazing job, hasn't he? I mean, Bournemouth were written off before the season started, and they made a really poor start, didn't they, to the campaign under Scott Parker. But Gary O'Neill, he's come in, he's organised the squad. He obviously has the dressing room with him at the moment, and he's performed nothing short of a minor miracle with the resources he has.
Honestly, a lot of people had written Bournemouth off, and you can say rightfully so. They were getting beaten from pillar to post. Remember Liverpool humiliating them, but Gary O'Neill has really turned things around. He's done an amazing job, a fantastic job. The players are clearly playing for him, and if he pulls this off, which it looks like he will, this will be fantastic for his CV and fantastic for Bournemouth Football Club. What a season Gary O'Neill has had as Bournemouth manager.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And you remember that Gary O'Neill's first match in charge followed that 9-0 humiliation at Liverpool. But the Cherries have come a very, very long way since then. So let's just recap the half-time scores for you. Bournemouth 2, Leeds United 1, as you just heard. Fulham 1, Manchester City 2, Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0, and Newcastle 0, Southampton 1. The second halves will be resuming very, very shortly. You're listening to Football Live here on Breela FM. Our feature match in the German Bundesliga, Bayern Munich against Hertha Berlin. It's an opportunity for Bayern to go back to the top of the Bundesliga table this evening, but they're not taking advantage of it at the moment. Matt Key.
No, you've got to give credit to Hertha Berlin, to be honest, Chris. They're playing really well, defending excellently, and then springing on the counter-attack. They're using the pace of Luka Bacchio up top. It's been frightening for the Bayern defence, and it's caused a couple of problems. And as for Bayern, they've not created too much themselves. They had a penalty shout a minute ago when Koeman was adjudged to have been, he felt he was fouled in the box. The referee just adjudged it as a shoulder-to-shoulder. Play on, not given, VAR checked it, agreed with the referee. But yeah, Bayern frustrated at the minute, and as you say, a draw doesn't really help either team. A draw would put Bayern still behind Dortmund by 1 point and put Hertha Berlin 5 points behind that relegation playoff place. So yeah, draw not good for either, but Hertha will be the happier at the minute. 32 gone, it's Bayern 0, Hertha Berlin 0.
We're into the second out of the show here on Football Live. A very good afternoon to you if you have just joined us. Let's just try and check back in now with Warren Bishop, who's been watching Newcastle against Southampton at St James's Park. Warren. Well, it sounds as though we have still have a few technical issues on the line there to St James's Park. Southampton, of course, leading at the interval by 1-0 in that game. Stuart Armstrong scoring 4 minutes before the interval there. Just a few other latest scorelines to give you. Of course, a massive game in the Scottish Cup taking place. It's the Scottish Cup semi-finals. Rangers 0, Celtic 1. Currently the score there. Jota with a goal for Celtic. They're into the 72nd minute of that game. Meanwhile, in the Championship, we have one result from earlier on today. Cardiff 1, Huddersfield 2 is how it ended there. Now, that has a huge bearing at the foot of the table because it means that Huddersfield move up to 20th spot following that victory on 47 points now. It's getting very, very tight at the bottom of the table, although Wigan have already gone, so too Blackpool. But that third remaining relegation spot still very much up for grabs. And it's any one of Reading, Rotherham or Huddersfield to go down next season to League One. But a great result for Huddersfield at Cardiff this afternoon. Cardiff are safe just about, despite losing that match today. So it ended Cardiff 1, Huddersfield 2. In Italian Serie A, of course, we have two matches that we're covering this afternoon. They've just restarted the second half. Cremonese at home to Verona. Cremonese still leading by a goal to nil. We'll be crossing over to Leon Jones for further updates throughout the course of the second half here on Football Live. And also the second half just underway now. Napoli against Salernitana, where John Kane is keeping tabs on that game for us. Napoli, of course, with the opportunity to seal the Scudetto this afternoon if they can claim all 3 points. Earlier on today, Inter did Napoli a favour when beating Lazio to put paid to any remote hopes that they had of clinching the title in a 3-1 victory. That's a final score from earlier on today. They've also reached half-time. Sassuolo against Empoli, where it's Sassuolo 0, Empoli 1. Elsewhere around Europe in La Liga, let's give you a final score from a match that took place earlier on today. Cadiz 2, Valencia 1 is how it finished in that game. And, of course, later on today, we have action in French Ligue 1 as well. Our featured match is at the Parc des Princes, where PSG are at home to Lorient. That kicks off at 5:05. Molly Sumter will be across that game for us here on Football Live on Brilla FM. Let's just give you a few other latest scores. This is a final score, in fact. Monaco 0, Montpellier 4 is how it ended in that game. Really surprising scoreline there for you. These are latest scores. They're into the second halves. Clermont 1, Reims 0, Rennes 2, Angers 2, and Troyes 0, Nice 1. As I said, the second half's just about underway in each of those games there. This is Football Live here on Brilla FM. We'll be going around the Premier League grounds once again very, very shortly here, where the second halves are just about to get underway. Just to recap the latest scores for you. Bournemouth 2, Leeds 1, Fulham 1, Manchester City 2, Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0, and Newcastle 0, Southampton 1. Let's head back to our featured match at the Allianz Arena. Bayern Munich against Hertha Berlin. Here's Matt Key.
Yes, and you'd struggle to believe it, Chris, but 36 minutes in and Bayern Munich have finally had their first shot on target of the game. It was Musiala that created it all for himself. He was in the edge of the box. It's a crowded box. There's plenty of Hertha players back. But he stands up his man and shoots with his left foot, going into the bottom corner. He goes through loads of bodies, but Oliver Christensen in the Hertha Berlin goal does brilliantly. He gets his foot down to it, kicks it out, and it was goal bound. So really important save for that. Much better from Bayern Munich. The home fans have been encouraged by that. There was just frustration starting to set in at the Allianz. 37 gone, Bayern 0, Hertha 0.
I might be encouraged by it, Matt, but let's just touch on Bayern for the moment, because as we know, Thomas Tuchel has come in. He's been appointed manager after Julian Nagelsmann received the boot a few weeks ago, but he hasn't really transformed their fortunes, has he? Going into this game, just 2 wins from 7 in all competitions since he took the helm, and they still have a real battle on to retain their title.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nagelsmann, as you mentioned, he's one of Europe's hottest coaches. Did a brilliant job before he went to Bayern. Was sacked because of the fact that they were worried, the board were worried that they weren't going to achieve the treble that they wanted. So got Thomas Tuchel in. They're now only playing for one of those trophies, having been knocked out of the German Cup and, of course, the Champions League in really convincing fashion by Man City. And if they don't win this game, then the title race is out of their hands with four games to go. So, yeah, a controversial one. They will have to win the Bundesliga for that to look even remotely good decision. And as we know, Nagelsmann, his reputation's not been hampered at all. He's still being hunted by lots of the top clubs that are without managers at the minute. So absolutely vital that in this rest of this game and the 4 that Bayern have after, they manage to get over the line and win their Bundesliga as they have done every year since 2013.
Yeah, incredible record, but we have to remind ourselves they are playing Hertha Berlin, who went into this match with 7 matches without a win. They, of course, narrowly avoided relegation last season and propping up the table at the moment. But they did find out a fairly close game with Bayern back in November in the reverse fixture when Bayern won 3-2 on that occasion, having been 3-0 up. But they're making heavy weather of it at the moment at the Allianz Arena. Any further developments in that game between Bayern Munich and Hertha Berlin, you will hear all about it here on Football Live on Brille FM. Second halves are underway in each of our 4 Premier League matches this afternoon. Let's go around the grounds once again here on Football Live. First port of call, St James's Park. Newcastle against Southampton. Warren Bishop.
Yes, 2 minutes into this one, and Newcastle started brightly on the front foot. Eddie Howe's responded and made a challenge. Callum Wilson has replaced Anthony Gordon. Wilson with 6 goals in his last 6 games. As we said previously in the half-time report, Newcastle not clinical with their chances. They've got Wilson and Isak on now to try and turn the game around. Expecting a lot of Newcastle possession in this second half. But for now, they still trail to Southampton by a goal to nil.
Still trailing to the Saints then. Of course, this is the 4th meeting between the two sides this season. They met, of course, in the EFL semi-finals back in January with Newcastle winning on both occasions there. And they also, of course, met in the reverse fixture back in November where Newcastle secured a 4-1 victory away from home on that occasion. But the Saints still edging that game at the moment. Just looking at the stats, Newcastle, of course, they've won 8 of their last 10 meetings between the two clubs as well. They've only lost once at home this season too, but at the moment, the form book has been turned on its head at St James's Park. Still currently Newcastle 0, Southampton 1. Let's head back to Old Trafford. Early stages of the second half, Manchester United against Aston Villa. Richard Bond.
Yes, well, we're 5 minutes into the second half here at Old Trafford, and it's Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0. Aston Villa, though, come out the traps in the second half. Unai Emery's definitely had words at half-time, and it's Villa who've had the first chance opportunity of this second half. And there was a lovely little ball in from Ashley Young. He went down the left-hand side way too easily, beating Malacia, pulling a lovely cross in. Victor Lindelof pulled off a really good piece of defending just to nick the ball off Ollie Watkins' head. You would have thought that would have been in if that had gone to Watkins. So the warning signs are there for Man United now that the Aston Villa comeback is potentially on here. So it is Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0 with 5 minutes into the second half.
Yeah, and Richard, you're never going to write Villa off, are you? Because, Unai Emery has performed nothing short of a miracle, really, since he took over from the club. When was it? Back in around about November time. He's taken them from relegation candidates to the fringes of the Champions League top 4 spots. Quite simply remarkable.
I think particularly you just look at how well they defend as a unit now, and particularly he's got Tyrone Mings playing really well at the back with Ezri Konsa. Those 2 centre halves, watertight defence. United, even though they're ahead today, they haven't really been great in the final third, showing the cutting edge. But Villa have got that good little bit of play on that counter attack, and they've got good players. Buendia started to come into his own in there. Watkins' predatory instinct. If he gets a chance, he's more than likely going to put into the net. We talked about United throwing away leads in the last couple of games, so there's a lot to play in this second half. So we'll see how it goes. But at the moment, though, Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0.
Yeah, certainly exciting times ahead for the Aston Villa supporters as we continue to go around the Premier League grounds for the second halves. Next stop, Craven Cottage, Fulham against Manchester City as we rejoin Football Live's Isaac Dilts.
Yeah, a huge chance for Erling Haaland early in this second half, just a few minutes in now. And Fulham are pressing Manchester City very, very high here. They're not going down without a fight. They're looking to play their way back into this game. And as you'd expect, as they press high, when City do manage to play the ball through or over the top of them, there's going to be space for Haaland and that attacking threat around him. Jack Grealish picks up the ball on the left-hand side of the box, as he so often does. Nifty feet, jinks around Kenny Tete, and then plays a fiery ball across with his right foot to Erling Haaland. He just drops to him kindly in the penalty spot. He laces it into that bottom left corner, and out of nowhere, there's a Bernd Leno hand outstretched just to push it round the post to keep Fulham within sight in this game. After 50 minutes, it's still Fulham 1, Man City 2.
And Isaac, just looking at the schedule for City in May, 8 matches in total to play. That includes, of course, the Champions League semi-final double-header against Real as well. So the games are coming thick and fast for Pep's side. We know, obviously, there's going to need to be some rotation as well. Do you think that could jeopardise their ambitions for the treble this season?
I think possibly against better sides. Certainly in those Champions League games, they're going to want to have Kevin De Bruyne and Bernardo Silva on the pitch. I think the way they control the tempo, their game management is absolutely incredible. Julian Alvarez and Riyad Mahrez have been brilliant in this game, but I would fear for City against a better, more organised team with higher quality, as they just haven't really been able to get their foot on the ball and control the tempo like normal. There's been a lot of transitional play, which I don't think Guardiola would be too happy with against the likes of Benzema, Rodrigo and Vinicius Jr. So things to work on for a City side that is, as always, near perfect. But certainly, they've still got a ways to go to beat Real Madrid in that semi-final and make their way towards a treble-winning season.
It remains Fulham 1, Manchester City 2. Goal news from St James's Park.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And it's not good news for Southampton fans, because Callum Wilson has equalised early in the second half. There it is now, Newcastle 1, Southampton 1. So they're back on level terms, Eddie Howe's side. Details of that goal coming up very, very shortly. Let's head now back to the Vitality Stadium for an update on Bournemouth against Leeds United. Jordan Nicoli.
There was a half a chance for Leeds. Somerville had a shot after the corner kick was taken by Rocker. It fell for him kindly and he volleyed it, but it was a good block from Adam Smith, because it looked like it was destined for the bottom corner. It was blocked out by Adam Smith and another corner kick was given for Leeds. Looks like there could be bad news for Leeds, because Jack Harrison went down with an injury. He's so important to Leeds. He's back on the pitch now, but he was complaining of a lower back injury. They've already lost Cooper in this match and have had to bring on Wobber. Seems as if Harrison is okay. He has 4 goals and 7 assists this season. They do not want to lose him. But Leeds so far are fighting back and are trying to find this equaliser at the Vitality Stadium. But so far, with 55 minutes gone, it's Bournemouth 2, Leeds 1.
Yeah, Leeds really need to get something out of that match this afternoon. They're still very much in it. Our 2 featured matches, of course, in the Italian Serie A have entered the second halves. Let's get an update from the Stadio Diego Armando Maradona, where Napoli are playing at home to Salernitana. It's an opportunity, of course, for the league leaders to secure the title this afternoon. Let's get an update from John Kane.
Yes, 57 minutes gone, Chris, and it's still Napoli nil, Salernitana nil, and I think Napoli fans wondering what more Napoli players can do to win today. There is literally been a one-way traffic from the word go until this moment. We had the one odd chance for Salernitana, but the chances keep coming one after the other. One-way traffic at the moment. And Diego Armando Maradona, of course, that's for Napoli's side. We did see at half-time there was a change for defensive change, in fact, for Salernitana. Cordova came off and Bastian has came on, and I can see also the ex-Premier League player Truce Ekong is warming up, which we're probably aware of, Chris. So that might be sort of freshen up the defensive side of things. Salernitana, they are doing very well in coping with up one-way traffic. However, it's still 0-0 after 58 minutes gone.
Meanwhile, at the Stadio Giovanni, Zini, Cremonese and Verona are in action. Both sides, of course, looking to avoid the drop, although Cremonese are in dire straits at the moment. But at the moment, they are heading towards all 3 points there. Leon Jones.
Yeah, they're heading towards all 3 points, but it's not as comfortable as the first half. Verona are getting back into this game. They've not had an official shot on target yet, but they did have a shot on target, which was ruled for an offside. A long shot from the midfielder. And It was easily saved by the keeper, but Verona, they're getting back into this game now. And Cremonese, I don't think the manager's happy. Dessers is warming up, and I think he's going to bring on another striker and try and get another goal in this game. 59 minutes gone. It's Cremonese 1, Verona 0.
Let's get news of that equalising goal for Newcastle at St James's Park against Southampton. Here's Warren Bishop.
Yes, Eddie Howe's side are level, and it was coming in that second half. Newcastle with attack after attack. They should have been level a few minutes earlier than the goal when Sven Botman fell to poke it past Alex McCarthy from a couple of yards out from a free kick from Kieran Trippier. Newcastle levelled it up then. It was Isak down the left-hand side. The two goal scorers combining. He pulled it across, and Callum Wilson was there 6 yards out, opened his body up and lifted the ball past McCarthy. The substitute has worked. It's 7 goals in 7 games, and it's now Newcastle 1, Southampton 1 with 56 minutes played.
Back to Craven Cottage. News of a bit of a nasty injury there, I think. Fulham against Manchester City. Isaac Dilks.
Yeah, not a nice one here, Chris. Andreas Pereira and Manuel Kanji clashed heads just outside the Manchester City penalty area. And Andreas Pereira just hasn't got his wits about him. It looks quite a scary one, really. They're putting him onto the stretcher now. He doesn't seem to have quite come around yet. Akanji seems to be okay. He's walking around being assessed now. But it looks like Pereira will be coming off. And Tom Kearney will be joining us for the rest of this game. Actually, it looks like Pereira may have hurt his leg quite considerably as well in the clash. So not a good collision for him. We'll hopefully be underway in a few minutes, but it's taking a while just to get this this challenge sorted out. So just under an hour gone. It's still Fulham 1, Manchester City 2.
They've reached half-time at the Allianz Arena. Bayern against Hertha. Let's get an update from Matt Key.
Yes, half-time here in Germany, and it's surprisingly still 0-0. Bayern not really at the races in truth for most of that half, but the last 5 minutes they came alive and looked sort of like the team you'd expect them to be. Hertha Berlin have Oliver Christensen in parts. I think he's pulled off some brilliant saves towards the end of that half, and Sadio Mane has missed a gilt-edged chance right at the end. It was brilliant work from Serge Gnabry down the left-hand side. He put a brilliant ball in, and it was Mane that was on the end of it. It looked for all money that he was just going to nod in with his head, got completely the wrong contact, and somehow managed to miss the target from about a few yards out. A poor miss for him, but encouraging signs at the end of that half for Bayern Munich. They'll hope to build on that in the second half. Half-time here at the Allianz, it's Bayern Munich 0, Hertha Berlin 0.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And the deadlock has been broken at the Stadio Diego Armando Maradona. It is Napoli 1, Salernitana 0. They've made the breakthrough. It's Matthias Oliveira with the opening goal there for Napoli, who, of course, will seal the Scudetto this afternoon if they win all 3 points. They are a goal to the good. Let's just recap the latest scores for you here on Football Live in the Premier League. Bournemouth 2, Leeds 1, Fulham 1, Manchester City 2, Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0, and Newcastle 1, Southampton 0. In our featured matches in Italian Serie A, as I mentioned, Napoli now a goal up at home to Salernitana. It remains Cremonese 1, Verona 0, but Cremonese have been reduced to 10 men in that game following a sending off. And at half-time, as you just heard a moment ago from Matt Key in the Bundesliga, it is Bayern 0, Hertha 1. So you're up to date with all of the latest scores from our featured matches. You are listening to Football Live.
Follow NairaBet on Twitter at NairaBet and on Facebook at NairaBet Online to take part in our infamous giveaways, and you too can win big. NairaBet, the home of sports betting and fast payments in Nigeria.
Next Saturday, exclusive coverage on Football Live. Bournemouth take on Chelsea in the Premier League. The best place to follow the Premier League and all the major leagues in Europe is right here on Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Brilla FM.
It is drama you will not want to miss.
Well, against all the odds, Bournemouth have taken the lead and not a single shot on target up to this point.
Yeah, it was a James Ward-Prowse classic. He just kills it beautifully.
Well, it's been absolute chaos.
Yes, Josh. Football's a cruel game. You can have all the possession you want, but if you don't put the ball at the back of the net.
It was again Kate and Son, like the good old days.
But this show never disappoints.
Yes, well, it's Brentford 0, Crystal Palace 1 here, and it's Eberechi Eze who's got the goal.
Oh my word, Josh. I cannot believe how Phil Foden has not made this 2-0.
Yes, Barry, it's a second goal for Borussia Dortmund, and the Die Schwarz are running away with it now.
Football Live, the previous show, returns tomorrow on Brilla FM, exclusively looking back at all the weekend's action with myself, Barry Swain. We'll hear from the managers, we'll hear from the players, and we'll take a careful look at who's going to win the leagues, who's going to make it into Europe next year, and who will get relegated. We'll have a close look at all the big weekend's action once it's all taken place and unfolded, dissecting the action right here on Brilla FM, exclusively on Football Live, the previous show, tomorrow on Brilla FM.
Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Civita.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brilla FM with Football Live.
But it always starts with us.
All the key action from around Europe's top leagues.
Wow, just wow.
You are listening to Football Live on Brilla FM. Powered by NairaBet. Have your say on today's action and interact with Brilla FM on Twitter at Brilla FM 889, on Facebook at 889 Brilla FM, and on Instagram Brilla FM 889. Welcome back to Football Live on Brilla FM. Welcome back indeed. More goal news from the Premier League.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And it's come at the Vitality Stadium in a vital game, especially for Leeds United. Have they got back on level terms? Jordan Okoli.
No, they have not got back on level terms. In fact, it could be game over because Bournemouth have scored again. It was the goalkeeper Neto, Route 1 football really, played a long ball over the top, and Ukara, who they were checking if he was onside, he was onside. He collected the ball and then he played it in towards Solanke, and it was a calamity in the defence for Leeds United. They couldn't get it clear, fell for Solanke, but he took the goal so well. Great first touch. And then as cool as you like to put it into the bottom corner, and he makes it 3-1 to Bournemouth. He gets his 6th goal of the season. Solanke, who is of Nigerian descent, and it just gets worse and worse for Leeds. Check this stat out, courtesy of one of our team members, Billy Andrews. He's shown me that Leeds have conceded the most goals in a single month. They have set the record for that. And they were the previous record holders because they conceded 20 goals in February 22. So April has just been a torrid month for Leeds United. They will be happy to see the back of it. And they'll be hoping that they can get something from their next games, because I think this one is over. Bournemouth 3, Leeds 1.
And a great stat there, courtesy of the legendary Billy Andrews. But wow, a long way back now for Leeds United. Bournemouth heading towards a 5th win in their last 8 Premier League matches. But as for the former Watford FC manager, Javi Gracia, of course, who's now at the helm at Leeds United, it's all looking pretty desperate for them at the moment. You're listening to Football Live here on Brilla FM. Let's get to news of that goal for Napoli against Salernitana. Here is John Kane.
Yes, Chris, the party has started here at Napoli. It started in the Diego Armando Maradona Stadium. It's Napoli 1, Salernitana 0. It was a lovely corner from the right-hand side. It fell for Mateas, and he would not score a better goal. An important one for Napoli. A beautiful header from 10 yards into the back of the net. Is Napoli 1, Salernitana 0, and today it could be the day when Napoli will be crowned as champions of Italy for the third time.
Yeah, for the third time indeed, and for the first time in 33 years. Can you imagine what the celebrations will be like this evening in Naples? They will be absolutely quite incredible. They will be partying well into the wee small hours of the morning and beyond, I would hasten to add as well. But still leading Salernitana by a 1-0. Latest news still from Cremonese is that they lead Verona by a 0-0, reduced to 10 men. Of course, we will be getting back to Leon Jones very shortly for details of that sending off for the home side. But first of all, let's head back to Craven Cottage. Fulham against Manchester City. Isaac Dilts.
A golden chance missed by Carlos Vinicius to double his tally for the game and bring Fulham back onto level terms against Manchester City here. The ball gets flicked over by Tom Kearney. It's a massive miscommunication between Ruben Diaz and Ederson. They fumble around on the edge of the box. Ederson spills it. Vinicius picks it up. Ever the opportunist tries to turn onto his favoured left foot. And Ederson, I can only describe it as a sort of diving grab at the ball. Falls to the floor, manages to get a big left hand to the ball as Vinicius kicks it, and it manages to fall back to Ruben Diaz, who clears from Manchester City, sparing Ederson's blushes in goal. So he's done himself a massive favour there, Ederson, after a nearly disastrous mistake to keep Manchester City leading this game. After 66 minutes, it's Fulham 1, Manchester City 2 still.
City still in front there, and of course, just a reminder, they will go back to the top of the Premier League if they can secure all 3 points this afternoon. As we head back to the red side of Manchester now, to Old Trafford for an update. Manchester United against Aston Villa. Richard Bond.
Yes, and Aston Villa are having a little go in the second half, really, and they had a really good opportunity about five minutes ago now, and it was Ramsey Lincoln with Watkins really in the final third. He tried to get a shot away, but Victor Lindelof has been brilliant in defence this afternoon. He's put in another really good block after clearing a header from from Watkins before, just into the second half. There he was again, just to clear the ball out for a corner. You know, Aston Villa having a go, but United dangerous on the counter-attack. Rashford in particular, they tried to release a couple of times, but it's been really good defending that stopped him. But, you know, if you're looking at stats, 20 minutes ago here, Aston Villa have scored in every game under Unai Emery in all 20 matches so far. So they've got 20 minutes to carry on that record. I don't think any of the managers done that in his first 20 games. But it's Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0.
United still just edging that game then at the moment. Let's head back to the Stadio Giovanni Zini. Cremonese against Verona for an update on that game and that sending off as well. Leon Jones.
Yeah, that sending off is very controversial. I mean, nowadays, whenever you see a violent conduct red card, the threshold is quite high. In the Premier League, we've seen questionable decisions, people being choked, such as Casemiro. But then in this decision, the player has raised his arm a little bit towards the other player's chest, and it didn't look like a punch. But the referee, he's shown the red card, he sent him off, and Cremonese are down to 10 men. And I can't believe he's been sent off, really, Quagliati. But he has been, and that's dangerous for Cremonese now, because there's 20 minutes to go, and Verona, they were already on top in the second half, but now it's a very one-sided game. But Verona, they still haven't got that goal they're so desiring. For Cremonese, they've subbed off their goal scorer Okereke, but Dessers is on now, so no fear. There is still a Nigerian representation on the pitch. It's still Cremonese 1, Verona 0.
So they're down to 10 men, but if they can hang on, that will be a big result for Cremonese. It would move them to within 5 points of safety. Still a lot of work to do then in order to retain their Serie A status, but there's still a goal to good in that match. I can tell you that Celtic are through to the Scottish FA Cup final. They've beaten arch rivals Rangers by 1-0 this afternoon. They will now face Inverness Cali Thistle in the final at Hampden on the 3rd of June. Rangers 0, Celtic 1 is how it ended there. Let's get an update from the Vitality Stadium. Bournemouth against Leeds United. Jordan McCauley.
And Leeds are really putting the pressure on. Bournemouth have to thank Neto because he has pulled off 3 fantastic saves. He pulled off a save to deny Rocker, and then he pulled off a save to deny Koch's header. But the best save was to deny Nonto, who caught the volley very well, and it was going into the bottom corner. But Neto pulled out a fantastic save. Javi Garcia thought it was in the back of the net. He was almost celebrating before the ball had been saved by Neto. But Leeds really putting the pressure on. They're trying to fight back, which is good to see. There's still time in this game for Leeds to pull off what would be a crazy comeback. But Leeds are still trailing. Bournemouth 3, Leeds 1.
So Bournemouth still with that 2-goal cushion then at the Vitality Stadium. Further goal news to tell you about in Italian Serie A.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Which way's it gone this time? Let's head back to Leon Jones.
And it's an equaliser for Verona. I just said they were on top and they have capitalised. It's Verdi on the left-hand side of the box. He's volleyed it into the ground and Verona have equalised. They've deserved it. They've been a much, much better team in the second half. And that red card has really shot Cremonese in the foot. And Verona now, they have to be the favourites to go on and win this one, which would all but seal Cremonese's relegation from the Serie A. It's Cremonese 1, Verona 1.
Big goal news from St James's Park.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Newcastle United have turned it around. It's now Newcastle United 2, Southampton 1. That could pretty much consign Southampton to the Championship next season, although, of course, not mathematically, but having been ahead in that game, Newcastle are now in front. Callum Wilson has scored his second of the game. Apparently, it's under review, so VAR are looking into that. We'll confirm details of that very, very shortly for you here on Football Live on Brilla FM. But it's under review. Newcastle 2, Southampton 1. And as soon as we get news filtering through from St James's Park as to whether or not that goal stands, then we will bring it to here on Football Live on Brilla FM. Just a reminder, of course, that we'll be crossing back over to Tony and the team in Nigeria for all of your social media comments. I'm sure there's plenty of those to come with all the action that has taken place this afternoon. Plenty of debate, plenty of talking points as well. Let's just check back in now with Richard Bond. Manchester United against Aston Villa. Are United looking to extend their lead in that game, Richard?
Yeah, it was a good chance really for United, and Marcus Rashford, he's gone down that left-hand side and he's just cut in and taken on Callum Chambers, who's come on right back for Aston Villa, and he's gone down. They've waved away the decision, the referee. He hasn't given a penalty, but as the ball's been recycled, really, it's come back out to Casemiro on the edge of the box. His low effort really has just flashed past the near post, and it was really good effort for United. Since then, we've had a couple of substitutions for either side, really. We've seen Anthony and Fred have both come on for United, with Eriksen and Sancho going off, whilst Digne Digne's come on for Villa, and Duran, the new striker they bought in January. Haven't really seen much of him. I think he's Colombian. So it'll be interesting to see how impact he has in this game for Buendia and Moreno. So we've got 15 minutes to see if we can get another goal for Villa, but United coming closer still. So it's on a bit of a knife edge here. Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0.
So United still just ahead in that game, courtesy of Bruno Fernandes's goal in the first half. They lead Villa by a goal to 0. It remains, of course, Fulham 1, Manchester City 2 at Craven Cottage. Bournemouth 3, Leeds United 1. Let's get news of that VAR decision at St James's Park. Does the goal stand? Warren Bishop?
No, it's ruled out for Newcastle. A lengthy VAR check, and it will be no goal. And Callum Wilson thought he had the second goal of the game. It was Alexander Isak again coming down that left-hand side. His hook crossing ricocheted off Miguel Almiron in the end before Wilson poked it home, and Almiron was adjudged to have been offside. But the Newcastle fans really roaring behind their team. They've been all over them second half, and no doubt they will create more chances to try and get back in front here. But with about 15 minutes to go, it remains Newcastle 1, Southampton 1.
So still all level then at St James's Park. The goal does not count. Team news is filtering in from Anfield, where of course Liverpool are in action in a 5:30 kickoff against Tottenham. Both sides still with outside chances of top four qualification this season, but it's looking more and more remote, especially of course with United winning at the moment at home to Aston Villa. Liverpool lining up with Alisson goal in the back four of Alexander and Arnold, Konate, Van Dijk and Robertson. And then in midfield, Elliott, Fabinho and Jones. And up front, Salah, Gakpo and Diaz. As for Tottenham, Forster in goal. And they line up with three at the back, Romero, Dyer and Davis. In midfield, Porro, Skip, Højbjerg and Perisic. And then Kulusevski and Son Heung-min ahead of them. And leading the line, of course, Harry Kane. Will be getting build up and ahead of that game, which, as I say, kicks off at 5:30 this afternoon. You're listening to Football Live here on Brilla FM. Let's cross back now to Craven Cottage. Are Fulham looking to getting any closer to equalising in that game? Isaac Dilks.
Yeah, Chris, the Craven Cottage fans and the players smell blood in the water here. City have looked all over the place over the last 10-15 minutes. For my money, Bobby Decordova-Reid should have been given a penalty by Simon Hooper after he was shoved to the floor by Carl Walker, but nothing was given. It went to VAR. Again, they agreed with the referee. Nothing was given. And then shortly after that, a little bit of handbags in the middle of the park. Kene Tete just rubbing Jack Grealish up the wrong way. Both of them receiving yellow cards for sort of pushing that in the middle of the park. And then just now, Bobby Decordova-Reid, who's just left the pitch, been subbed off, replaced by Manor Solomon. And least 30 yards out, which had Edison worried. His eyes lit up as the ball just bounced on the half volley towards him, and he let loose and the ball flashed just wide of the right hand upright. Fulham really, really pressing here. I wouldn't be surprised if there's another late twist to this game. Still, Fulham 1, Man City 2 though.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Well, Newcastle United had a goal ruled out through VAR just a short while ago, but they have now scored to make it 2-1. Sven Botman has put them in the lead for the first time in the game. It is now Newcastle. Well, I can tell you it is now Newcastle.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
3, Southampton 1. 2 goals in the space of about a minute there for Warren Bishop to tell us about very, very shortly. But Newcastle now 3-1 up at home to Southampton. In fact, the second goal has been accredited as a Theo Walcott own goal, but they've just added in fact, the third. This is getting very confusing. I'll tell you what. Let's cross over now to Warren Bishop very, very shortly for details of that. But news is filtering through that Newcastle are leading by 3-1 in that game. As I said, we'll confirm that very, very shortly here on Football Live on Brilla FM. But it is Newcastle 3, Southampton 1. That is the latest score from St James's Park. 2 goals in the space of a couple of minutes for Eddie Howe's side. The second one credited as an own goal to Theo Walcott. And Callum Wilson has added the third. That's his second of the game. So Newcastle 3, Southampton 1. Confirmation that is the latest score now from St James's Park. We will be back with Warren very, very shortly to unravel all of that here on Football Live. Let's head back to Old Trafford first of all, though, for an update on Manchester United against Aston Villa. Richard Bond.
Well, Aston Villa are knocking the door here, 9 minutes to go, and it was a really decent chance, really, for Ollie Watkins, and he's managed to beat his marker down, dribble down the left-hand side. He's gone past Sabitzer, and he's pulled it back to Douglas Luiz, who he plays a bit of a 1-2 with. His shot then looks like it's going into the top corner, but There's that man Lindelof again. He's cleared it off the line. What a performance this guy's had this afternoon. So off the line, Villa really pushing, knocking the door. But at the moment, 9 minutes to go, Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0.
So United creeping towards victory in that game. Goals are absolutely flying in right, left and centre at the moment.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Salernitana might be just turning up to spoil the party at the Stadio Diego Armando Maradona, where it is now 1 apiece in that game. Let's get news of that equalising goal for the visitors from John Kane.
Yes, it's Napoli 1, Salernitana 1. And what a beautiful goal by Dia. He took on 1, took on 2 from the left-hand side, and then a beautiful left-footed shot into the back of the net or inside the penalty area. Beautiful game. It's not what probably Salernitana probably deserve in the matter of the game, but goals that count when it comes in the end of the day. So the party and the champagne are on hold for the time being. So we've got about 5 minutes for Napoli to win it tonight. It's Napoli 1, Salernitana 1.
And in the other 2 matches currently in progress, as we approach full time, it's still level between Cremonese and Verona. Cremonese, you'll remember, down to 10 men. And it's also 1-1 between Sassuolo and Empoli. Let's get news of those 2 quick-fire goals for the Magpies at St James's Park. Warren Bishop.
Well, I'm trying to catch my breath here. It's Newcastle now who lead by 3 goals to 1 over Southampton, and they got themselves in front a few minutes prior with a Kieran Trippier corner from the left-hand side, which was flicked towards goal by Sven Botman and took a little deflection off Theo Walcott, which fell into the far corner. And just a minute later, Southampton have fallen apart. It was a long ball, a straight long ball from Nick Pope that wasn't dealt with by Bella Kotchap, the Southampton defender. He struggled to hold off Isak. Wilson just nicked in, rounded McCarthy and tapped the ball into an empty net. He just can't stop scoring, and Newcastle are on their way to another 3 points. It's Newcastle 3, Southampton 1.
And the Saints edging ever closer towards the drop. Then it seems as though they won't get back into that game. You never know, of course, because they were they have come back, of course, before this season. But at the moment, they are, as it stands, 6 points adrift of safety and trailing 3-1 at St James's Park. Let's get an update from the Vitality Stadium. Are Bournemouth still heading towards all 3 points against Leeds United, Jordan McCauley?
Yeah, it's going to be party time at the Vitality Stadium for sure, because this win should secure Bournemouth's stay in the Premier League. And they almost made it 4. Kiefer Moore with a header just over the bar. That's usually bread and butter for Kiefer Moore, but he just saw his header fly over the crossbar. And he actually landed awkwardly and had to come off for Semenyo. A bit of an injury there for Kiefer Moore. We hope it's not serious. There has been some other changes in the match. Rodrigo and Forshaw have come on for Patrick Bamford and McKennie. And also Bournemouth have made some changes with Vina Billing coming off for, of course, Kiefer Moore, who had to, only lasted about 5 minutes, and Jadon Anthony. So Bournemouth trying to just see the match over the line, and Leeds looking for what would be a miracle, to be honest, in the last 5 minutes of this match. So it's Bournemouth 3 and Leeds 1.
It seems as though Aston Villa are really going for it at Old Trafford, where they trail by 1-0. Richard Bond.
Yeah, Villa are really going. It's nervy times for Manchester United fans. It's really gone quiet at Old Trafford, and it was a good opportunity, really. It's Douglas Luiz's free kick came into the box, and Duran went up to try and get the header. Lindelof cleared out for a corner. From that resulting corner, ball got pinged into the near post. Tyrone Mings has met the header, and it's hit his own man Konsa on the line, his defensive partner. From that, then we've seen Callum Chambers trying to get a scissor kick on target, but Luke Shaw's there. It's just back and forth stuff at the moment. United have responded really by bringing on a couple of changes. Eric Ten Hag's put on Anthony Martial for Marcus Rashford, looking for a bit of pace on the break. And he's also sent on Harry Maguire as they look to defend this 1-goal slim advantage for Marcel Sabitzer. But we've got about 2 minutes and stoppage time to play here. It's Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0.
So a quick recap once again of the latest scores in the Premier League. Bournemouth 3, Leeds 1, Fulham 1, Manchester City 2, Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0, and Newcastle 3, Southampton 1. In the German Bundesliga, Bayern Munich could squander the opportunity to go back to the top of the table this evening. They need all 3 points in order to do so, but at the moment it's Hertha that are holding them. Matt Key.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We're approaching the hour mark here. 58 gone, and it's still Bayern 0, Hertha 0. You look at the stats, Brian have had 75% possession. They've had 17 shots. They've had 11 corners, but they've not been able to make any of them count. The corners in particular, Hertha look like they're going to deal with them all day right now, and the home team getting frustrated with, we'll call it, a bit of time wasting from the away team. Understandably so. They're under the cosh. But at the minute, they're holding firm. A change as well to mention for Hertha is that the ever-willing running striker Nyankam has gone off. He's been replaced by Nigerian international Chidera Ajuke, who also has a lot of pace and will look to cause Bayern some problems. He's got 3 caps for the Super Eagles. Let's see if he can get a goal here. As I say earlier, a draw doesn't really suit either team, but Hertha just hanging on in there at the minute, looking to nick something on the counter-attack. 58 gone. It's Bayern Munich 0, Hertha Berlin 0.
Well, it certainly would be a decent point for Hertha, but it would still leave them 5 points adrift of safety as it stands. Football Live here on Brilla FM. We'll be joining Tony and the crew in Nigeria in around about 3 minutes' time or so for all of your comments on today's action. Let's just recap some of the other latest scores that we have for you from around Europe in La Liga. Latest score to give you, Villarreal 2, Celta Vigo 1, with around about 10 minutes or so remaining in the first half in that game. Earlier on today, Cadiz dispatched Valencia by 2-1. And in French Ligue 1, final score from earlier on this afternoon, Monaco 0, Montpellier 4. Really shock result there. Clermont 1, Reims 0. Clermont down to 10 men. They're into the 92nd minute in that game. And they're also into the 92nd minute in the match between Rennes and Angers. Rennes leading by 4-2. And Nice have won away at Troyes by 1-0 this afternoon. Our featured match later on this afternoon or this evening in French Ligue 1 is at the Parc des Princes, where PSG are at home to Lorient. That kicks off at 5:05. More goal news to tell you about.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And it just gets worse and worse for Leeds. They now trail 4-1 to Bournemouth. That fourth goal has just been scored deep into time, added on by Antoine Semenyo. So it's now Bournemouth 4, Leeds United 1. We'll get details of that goal from Jordan Okoli very shortly, but it's looking very, very grim. As I said earlier, for Leeds United, of course, who did come back into that game having trailed 2-0 early on. As it stands at the moment, it would leave them in 16th spot, just a point clear of safety. Bournemouth heading towards all 3 points. Let's get news very quickly of that goal for the Cherries. Here's Jordan Okoli.
It goes from bad to worse for Leeds. This is devastating for Leeds. It was great play from the substitutes. Jadon Anthony and Semenyo combined for this goal. Solanke came off with Semenyo. Jadon Anthony took on at least 2 Leeds defenders there and then played a great through ball into Semenyo. And it wasn't the best shot from the Ghanaian, but Meslier, who hasn't been at his best today, he flapped at one of the corner kicks for one of the earlier goals. And this is a shot that he really should be saving, but it's gone under his arm. It's just been a bad day in the office for all Leeds players today. They want to hear the final whistle. Will they survive? That is the question. They've been beaten badly here at the Vitality Stadium. Semenyo makes it 4. So it's Bournemouth 4, Leeds 1.
Well, we'll get all the full-time Premier League reports for you after, or in around about 5 or 6 minutes' time or so. But right now, we head back to Tony and the crew in Nigeria for all of your social media comments. We'll be back very, very shortly here on Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM, powered by NairaBet, with Chris Baldwin. And welcome back to Football Live. It's time to go around the Premier League grounds for our full-time reports. First port of call is going to be Old Trafford. Manchester United against Aston Villa. Were United able to hold on to that lead and take all 3 points? Richard Bond.
Yes, they were. It's finished here at Old Trafford. Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0. Bruno Fernandes' goal 5 minutes before half-time is sixth in as many games against Aston Villa, proven to be the difference to give Erik ten Hag's side all 3 points in a really dogged victory. Resilient in defence, Victor Lindelof and Luke Shaw particularly producing outstanding performances at the back, as Aston Villa really fought back in the second half to try and push for an equaliser. They've at the end of their 10-match unbeaten run, so it was some going for United. They had chances of their own in that second half with Watkins and Luis coming close, Lindelof clearing one off the line. Casemiro did hit the bar for Manchester United, who did have the odd chance but really lacked a cutting edge in the final third at times. But a big 3 points for United as they strengthen their grip on the top 4 placings now, with Champions League qualification a fine reward at the end of the season if they can get there. They extended also their unbeaten record at Old Trafford now to 26 games. It finished here though, Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0.
And Richard, I mean, it is a really important win, isn't it, for United, all by very, very narrow, but it all but guarantees their top 4 spot this season. As we've mentioned in previous editions of Football Live, they've got an excellent opportunity, having already won, of course, the EFL Cup as well, to finish this season in a really strong position with, of course, that showpiece at Wembley against their rivals City on June the 3rd.
I think so. I think this win will give the side a lot of confidence as well. You know, after having a few up and down results in recent weeks, let's say, they've strengthened their position now in the top 4, so they can look to try and get a few more results now just to put that over the line, keep pace with Newcastle. But I'm thinking that probably is going to be fourth or third place for them, fighting with Newcastle. Coming towards that FA Cup final at the end of next month now, it will be a massive affair between the two sides, and what will be a really good end of season for Erik ten Hag's side if they can get that and win the FA Cup. It'd be a great year, great first season in charge. So Manchester United fans will be very happy. Aston Villa fans will be disappointed today. They weren't quite at the levels they have been in recent weeks, but they've, to say overachieved, maybe even the faintest of Villa fans will have to agree that this season, and to place in the Europa League would be a fine achievement if they can produce a couple of results towards now and the end of the season. But yeah, great game today, and it's finished though 1-0 to Manchester United.
Many thanks to our reporter Richard Bond covering that game for us this afternoon here on Football Live. Goal news from our featured match in the German Bundesliga.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Bayern have finally made the breakthrough. Serge Gnabry has opened their account. They lead against Hertha Berlin by 1-0. We'll be crossing over to Matt Key for details of that game, that goal, very, very shortly here on Football Live. But we continue to grab the full-time reports from the Premier League matches that have been played out this afternoon. Next stop is going to be the Vitality Stadium, Bournemouth against Leeds United. And a dire afternoon for Javi Gracia's side. Jordan Nicoli.
Yeah, it's full time at the Vitality Stadium. Bournemouth winning 4-1. Goals from Jefferson Lerma. He got a brace. Fantastic performance from him today. A goal from Solanke, and then a last-minute goal from Semenyo. The goal from Bamford was only a consolation goal in the end, as Bournemouth ran away as 4-1 winners. Terrible performance for Leeds. It's been a shocking month for them. This is a month where they've lost 5-1 to Crystal Palace, 6-1 to Liverpool, and now 4-1 against Bournemouth in a match that they just had to win. They really had to win. Now only 4 games left of the season for Leeds to turn things around. For Bournemouth, it's all smiles because they now have 39 points, and that should be enough to keep them in the Premier League for another season. Massive credit has to go to Gary O'Neill. What a job he has done. And it was a fantastic performance from Bournemouth today as they run away 4-1 winners at the Vitality Stadium.
So a great result for Bournemouth, who are now 10 points clear of safety. No doubt they will be playing Premier League football next season. But yeah, it's looking pretty desperate for Leeds as it stands in 16th spot, just a point clear of safety. And it's just their form at the moment that you've got to be so worried about. And as we mentioned earlier, their running is pretty tricky as well. Final whistle has also gone, of course, at St James's Park, Newcastle against Southampton. For a full-time reports, it's Warren Bishop.
Yes, Newcastle grab yet another 3 points to all but secure Champions League football next season. It was a comfortable victory in the end, but you wouldn't have told it from the first half performance. Newcastle were very sluggish, did create the better opportunities, but were very wasteful. And Anthony Gordon had the pick of the bunch, cannoning his effort off the left post after Alex McCarthy came out on a 1v1. Southampton then took the lead shortly before half-time when Romeo Lavia won the ball off Bruno Guimaraes in midfield and played the ball to Alcaraz and then to Suleimana on the right as his whip ball across the face of goal was turned in by Stuart Armstrong for his second goal of the season. But in the second half, what a substitution can make and turn a game on its head. The introduction of Callum Wilson spurred the Newcastle side on and they completely demolished the Saints in the second half. They got back level 10 minutes into the second half as Isak drove down the left and pulled the ball across to Callum Wilson, who opened his body up to lift the ball past Alex McCarthy. Newcastle then got in front through Sven Botman's first goal for Newcastle from a Kieran Trippier corner. We did think it came off Theo Walcott originally for an own goal, but the goal has been credited to the Dutch centre-back. And then moments later, Southampton completely collapsed as Bella Kopchak failed to deal with a long ball. Callum Wilson nipped in, took it around Alex McCarthy and tapped it in to the empty net for his 8th goal in 7 games, which now means he has the most goals since the start of April, ahead of Erling Haaland, Mohamed Salah and Ollie Watkins. What a stat that is. When you look at the tables, Newcastle, as I say, Champions League football, all but confirmed. But for Southampton, it looks dreadful at the bottom. 6 points adrift from safety with only 4 games to go. Worrying times for the Saints. But full-time here, it's finished Newcastle 3, Southampton 1.
Yeah, Warren, as you say, Newcastle all but guaranteeing their top 4 spot this season, which is remarkable, absolutely remarkable, where they were about 18 months or so ago. As for the Saints, as you point out, a dire result. Ruben Sellers said that they will fight until the very last point, but in reality, surely now their 11-year run in the Premier League appears to be coming to an end.
Yeah, you would think so. I think Southampton, they've just not got enough quality in the attacking areas. I mean, they were only ahead because Newcastle played so poorly in that game. And then when they turned the tide through Callum Wilson, they just couldn't deal with it. So it looks like Championship football for them next season. I just don't think they're good enough in all departments compared to the other 19 Premier League clubs.
Thanks very much to Football Live reporter Warren Bishop, who's been keeping tabs on Newcastle's win at home to Southampton this afternoon. Our final report is going to come from Craven Cottage and a very significant result at Fulham against Manchester City. Here's Isaac Hill.
Yeah, it finished Fulham 1, Manchester City 2 here at Craven Cottage. No fairy tale ending, unfortunately, to this game for Fulham in spite of all their hard work and best efforts today. Manchester City seemingly inevitable once again, picking up 3 points on the road and returning to the top of the Premier League table for the first time in over 2 months, placing ever more pressure on Mikel Arteta's Arsenal in this Premier League title race now. It was a penalty from Erling Haaland in the 3rd minute and a long-range strike from Julian Alvarez that gave City the win, in spite of Carlos Vinicius' strike in the first half, which levelled the game for the Cottagers. A brilliant performance from Fulham, one of the best I've seen against Manchester City this season. But as we know, City so good at game management. In that last 10 minutes, Fulham could not get on the ball and they looked very tired from all their hard work pressing early in the game. So it finished Fulham 1, Manchester City 2 at Craven Cottage.
Thanks very much to Isaac Dilks watching that game. So City back to the pinnacle of the Premier League this afternoon with that win at Craven Cottage. We've been featuring 2 matches in Italian Serie A this afternoon, of course. The final whistles have gone in both matches. Let's head, first of all, to the Stadio Giovanni Zini for Cremonese against Verona. Did it all end all square in that game, Leon Jones?
It did indeed, yeah. Full time here at the Stadio Giovanni Zini. It's finished Cremonese 1, Verona 1. I think Verona might be the happier of the two sides with the way the first half went. And with that point, it puts them level on 27. Now they're still in the relegation zone, but only on head to head. I think Cremonese will feel a little bit hard done by the referee. Some questionable decisions today, especially the red card. I'm not sure it was a red card at all. But at the end of the day, Verona's winless away run 10-17, and Cremonese, they look destined to go down. But full time here, it's Cremonese 1, Verona 1.
Big match, of course, this afternoon at the Stadio Diego Armando Maradona, where Napoli had the opportunity to win the Scudetto against Salernitana. They were one apiece the last time we were with John Kane. Is that how it ended, John?
Yes, it ended with one apiece. It finished Napoli 1, Salernitana 1. It was Matheus Oliveira, who put Napoli in the lead in the 62nd minute. Then the Senegalese Dia equalised in about 6 minutes before half-time. We had 5 minutes of injury time for Napoli to try to get that winning goal and celebrate this Scudetto officially today, but that never meant to be. So they're going to have to wait until Thursday when they're away to Udinese. And of course, next weekend, they are playing at home to Fiorentina. So the chance is they might win it in Udinese. They only need that 1 point, and they might be given the Scudetto in Fiorentina when they're playing at home. However, we've seen the late shift of games lately, especially for this game, in 24 hours notice. So we might probably see the Udinese game being moved and allowed to happen in Fiorentina to win it at home. We shall wait and see. But Napoli, they've got the champagne on ice for the time being on hold. It finished Napoli 1, Salernitana 1.
So Napoli denied their title this afternoon. It is purely academic, of course. And next stop for them is an away trip to Udinese on the 4th of May. And as John said, the champagne just put on ice at the moment following that 1-1 draw with Salernitana. Goal news to tell you about in the Bundesliga this afternoon.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And it has come in our featured match at the Allianz Arena. Here's Matt Key.
Yes, well, it's relief in Munich, it's heartbreak in Berlin and Dortmund. It is 2-0 to Bayern Munich. They got the first goal about 15 minutes ago. It was Gnabry that opened the scoring, and Koeman has just added a second with 10 minutes to go. Both goals, all courtesy of brilliant play from Joshua Kimmich. He's been brilliant in the centre of midfield, and he's created both goals, both times. A beautiful clip ball over. Perfectly found their target. Gnabry stooped low to head in, and Koeman brought it down well. Finish was inevitable. And as I say, Bayern Munich off to the top of the Bundesliga. It's the 7th time that the league will have changed the leader this season. There's 4 games left. You've got to ask, will that be the last time? It looks like it's all done for Bayern Munich. Now, 10 minutes to go. It's Bayern Munich 2, Hertha Berlin 0.
And Matt, you get the feeling maybe this victory for Bayern this afternoon, coming fairly late in the game, really could be a pivotal moment in the season.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. I think if you looked at it beforehand, you'd have written it down as a comprehensive Bayern win. They've had to really work for it, to be honest. Credit to Hertha Berlin. They've worked so hard, but yeah, I mean the pressure's told in the end. Lot of tired legs out there for Hertha Berlin, and it did seem inevitable that the goal would come. But yeah, Bayern really had to work for it. They weren't at the races in the first half. Been a lot better in the second half, and just shown their quality. And yeah, as I say, when not a last minute goal by any means, but when you get a late goal, it's such a psychological advantage to you and damaging for Dortmund. They'd have been watching on more and more eagerly as the game went on, hoping that Hertha could see it through, but it looks like that's not going to be the case now. So four games left, and it's in in Bayern Munich's hands once again.
It certainly is. That's Matt Key reporting on Bayern against Hertha there in the German Bundesliga, where Bayern are leading 2-0 there as they close out towards all 3 points. This is Football Live here on Brilla FM. Of course, we are about 17 minutes away now from kickoff in the evening Premier League encounter at Anfield. Of course, Liverpool against Tottenham. Ash Sandiford will be our reporter for us here on Football Live this afternoon, and we'll be getting all the team news and build up towards that game. Right now, we're going to hear from both managers, or certainly the one of the interim managers, of course, as it stands at the moment for Tottenham. First of all, we're going to hear from Jurgen Klopp as he looks ahead to this afternoon's encounter with Spurs.
I will be prepared for the best possible Tottenham side. They were for some years, by some distance, the best counter-attacking team in Europe. So there were moments when we lost the ball. Only had to find Harry Kane, and the next moment Son was in a 1-1 situation with the goalie. So they had no clue how to defend that properly. The best way not to lose the ball. So that's one thing. They have brought in good players, really good players. So I expect them to be really good. And last night I watched the game, of course. And second half, they showed just, I think, what everybody in the stadium wanted to see and could have won the game.
That's Jurgen Klopp looking ahead to the clash with Tottenham this afternoon. Right now, we're going to hear from Ryan Mason, who, of course, is the interim boss at Tottenham.
We understand we've got 5 games left until the end of the season, and the game on Sunday is not going to determine the outcome at the end of the season. But of course, we understand Tottenham and Liverpool at any stage of the season, in any circumstances, is going to be a big game for the players and the fans as well. I've said that for us, it's about being together and creating that togetherness and going there strong as a team, and a team that everyone can look at us and say, yeah, we see a group of players that are working for each other.
That's Ryan Mason looking ahead to the match with Liverpool, which is about 15 minutes away now here. 5:30 kickoff on Football Live on Brilla FM. A few stats for you. Liverpool, they've only kept 1 clean sheet in their last 8 matches. Tottenham have only won twice in their last 35 league visits to Anfield. Of course, they staged that comeback, didn't they, at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on Thursday when trailing 2-0 at halftime to Manchester United to get a point out of that game. We're going to cross over now to our reporter Ash Sandiford, who will be keeping tabs on Liverpool against Tottenham this evening. But Ash, it's a really fascinating encounter. Always look forward to this game each season between two clubs who have been destined really for big things this season, finishing in the top 4. It's not really materialised for them, though, has it? Although they still have a slim chance of grabbing a top 4 spot, although that looks more remote with victories for Manchester United and Newcastle this afternoon. And instead, both Liverpool and Tottenham find themselves scratching around for a Europa League place.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone here at Anfield. Here, Liverpool versus Tottenham. Huge game here, I think, for both sides if they want any chance of European football next season. They're both in limbo whether to go for it or not. Some would say they don't want to have European football if they finish in the Europa Conference League spaces. So I think whoever wins today will firmly get themselves maybe 5th or 6th in the league table, and they both will be, I think, for bragging rights, there's usually lots of goals in this game, so they'll both be looking to win this game, and they both have to go in looking to win this game. There's 3 changes for Liverpool today. That beat West Ham 2-1 midweek. Diaz comes in for Diego Jota on that right-hand side. Jota drops to the bench. Harvey Elliott comes in for skipper Jordan Henderson, and Ibrahim Konate comes in for Joel Matip, who scored that bullet header for that winner against West Ham midweek. As for Tottenham Hotspur, there's 2 changes for Tottenham Hotspur today. With Ben Davies comes in for Clement Longley. He comes in his kind of left-sided centre-back position. And Dejan Kulusevski, he comes in for Richarlison. So if you want the full team news, we have Alisson in goal. Liverpool line up in a 4-3-3 type of formation with Alisson in goal, Trent Alexander-Arnold right back, Konate, Van Dijk and Robertson at left back, with Harvey Elliott and Fabinho anchoring with Curtis Jones, with Mohamed Salah wide right, Cody Gakpo down the middle with Luis Diaz on the left. As for Tottenham Hotspur, Fraser Forrester stays in goal from the injured Hugo Lloris. We've got Ben Davies, left-sided centre-back with Eric Dyer and Christian Romero. Ivan Perisic will be playing in a left wing-back position with Pedro Porro on the right side going down the flank, with Højbjerg and Oliver Skip in the central midfield with that front three of Son, Kulibetsky and Harry Kane. About 10 minutes to go until kick-off here. It is Liverpool versus Tottenham Hotspur.
That's Ash Sandiford, who will be across Liverpool against Tottenham Hotspur this evening for us here on Football Live on Brilla FM. We have a featured match which is currently in progress in French League 1 this afternoon. It takes place at the Parc des Princes between PSG and Lorient. I'm delighted to say that Molly Sumter has joined us for an update on that game. Molly.
Thanks, Chris. Good afternoon, everyone. It's just kicked off. We're about 10-15 minutes into this game. Some team news for you. The home side make just one change from the win against Angers, bringing in Marco Verratti in place of Fabian Ruiz. Neymar and Kimpembe are both still out with injury. PSG lining up, of course, behind front men Mbappe and Messi. And a goal today for Messi would actually make him Europe's all-time top scorer, edging just ahead of Ronaldo. So plenty of motivation for him today. Lorient, on the other hand, make two changes from the loss against Toulouse, bringing in Nigerian-born Bonke Innocent as well as Jedion Kalulu to try and fix a poor run of form from them. It's about 13 minutes into the game. It's PSG 0, Lorient 0.
And Molly, just touching on PSG, given that 5 of their remaining league outings are against teams currently in the bottom half of the table, surely, looking at the way things stand at the moment, they are pretty much certain to be heading towards a record 11th French title.
Definitely, Chris. PSG have an amazing record against lower half of the table teams, having won all 15 of their games against teams from that bottom half of the table. So they'll definitely be looking to continue that record this afternoon. But as you said, pretty much solidifies that title for them.
That's Molly Sumter, who's reporting on PSG against Lorient from the Parc des Princes this afternoon. Let's just give you some other final scores from French Ligue 1 today. Monaco 0, Montpellier 4. It also ended Clermont 1, Reims 0, Rennes 4, Angers 2, and Troyes 0, Nice 1. In the Premier League this afternoon, if you have just got in, then just to recap the final scores for you from all of the action that took place earlier on this afternoon. Bournemouth 4, Leeds 1, Fulham 1, Manchester City 2. Man City leapfrogging Arsenal to go back to the top of the Premier League table. It ended Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0, and Newcastle 3, Southampton 1. Liverpool against Tottenham kicks off in just 10 minutes' time. You are listening to Football Live.
Follow NairaBet on Twitter @NairaBet and on Facebook @NairaBet Online to take part in our infamous giveaways, and you too can win big. NairaBet, the home of sports betting and fast payments in Nigeria.
Next Saturday, exclusive coverage on Football Live. Bournemouth take on Chelsea in the Premier League. The best place to follow the Premier League and all the major leagues in Europe is right here on Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Brilla FM.
It is drama you will not want to miss.
Well, against all the odds, Bournemouth are taking the lead and not a single shot on target up to this point.
Yeah, it was a James Ward-Prowse classic. It just kills it beautifully.
Well, it's been absolute chaos.
Yes, Josh. Football's a cruel game. You can have all the possession you want, but if you don't put the ball at the back of the net.
It was, again, Kate and Son, like the good old days.
But this show never disappoints.
Yes, well, it's Brentford 0, Crystal Palace 1 here, and it's Eberechi Eze who's got the goal.
Oh my word, Josh. I cannot believe how Phil Foden has not made this 2-0.
Yes, Barry, it's a second goal for Borussia Dortmund, and the Dice Watch go on are running away with it now.
Football Live, the preview show, returns tomorrow on Brilla FM, exclusively looking back at all the weekend's action with myself, Barry Swain. We'll hear from the managers, we'll hear from the players, and we'll take a careful look at who's going to win the leagues, who's going to make it into Europe next year, and who will get relegated. We'll have a close look at all the big weekend's action once it's all taken place and unfolded, dissecting the action right here on Brilla FM, exclusively on Football Live, the preview show, tomorrow on Brilla FM.
Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Civita.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brilla FM with Football Live.
But it always starts with us.
All the key action from around Europe's top leagues.
Wow. Just wow.
You are listening to Football Live on Brilla FM, powered by NairaBet. Have your say on today's action and interact with Brilla FM on Twitter at Brilla FM 889, on Facebook at 889 Brilla FM, and on Instagram, Brilla FM 889. Welcome back to Football Live on Brilla FM. And goal news to tell you about in our featured match in French Ligue 1.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
PSG against Lorient. Here's Molly Sumter.
It's completely against the run of play, Chris. PSG have been completely dominating these opening 20 minutes of the game, but it's Lorient who have got the goal. It's Romain Favre who drills a pass through to Enzo Lefebvre, and he boosts it into the top roof of Donnarumma's net. It is an amazing finish from him, and as we said, it's completely unexpected. The Lorient fans at the Parc des Princes were celebrating the celebrations were intense from them, and it's completely unexpected in these opening moments. As it stands, it's PSG 0, Lorient 1.
Yes, a really surprising scoreline there coming in from the Parc des Princes. The full-time whistle has blown at the Allianz Arena in the German Bundesliga. Bayern Munich against Hertha Berlin. For a full-time report, here's Matt Key.
Yes, full time here in Germany. It's finished Bayern Munich 2, Hertha Berlin 0. Bayern take back control of the title race, capitalising on Borussia Dortmund's slip up against Bochum the other night. And yes, they take control back. For Hertha Berlin, it looks like relegation is inevitable. They're 6 points off the relegation playoff place. They've got 4 games left. Their fate looks sealed. It looks like they'll return to the second tier of German football for the first time in a decade. So Bayern take back control, and if you're looking out for a key date, the 20th of May is the one you want to look for. Bayern Munich currently 1 point ahead, but that game week, they take on RB Leipzig, while Borussia Dortmund take on high-flying Mainz as well. That could be the key one. 4 games left in the Bundesliga, and Bayern Munich have got their lead back. It's finished here at the Allianz Arena. Bayern Munich 2, Hertha Berlin 0.
Yeah, really big 3 points there for Thomas Tuchel's side, taking advantage, of course, of Dortmund's slip up on Friday evening when they only came away with a point against lowly Bochum, but Bayern eventually running out winners there by 2-0. So as it stands at the moment at the top of the Bundesliga table, Bayern go back to the top, currently on 62 points now, a point clear of Dortmund on 61. And then 5 points further back, Union Berlin and Freiburg, both on 56 points. Leipzig occupying 5th spot at the moment, and Leverkusen in 6th for the European qualification spots. And at the bottom end of the table, yeah, it looks really pretty grim now for Hertha. They are 6 points adrift of safety now, and looks as though they will be heading straight back to the second tier of German football. They're on 22 points. And also 8 matches without a win now as well. Schalke in 17th spot on 27 points. And then Bochum in 16th spot on 28 points. Schalke and Bochum still with an opportunity to save themselves this season. So that's how things stand in the German Bundesliga for you. Just to recap some of the other headlines from today here on Football Live. Celtic are through to the Scottish Cup final. They beat Rangers earlier on today in the semi-final at Hampden Park by 1-0. Jota with the only goal of the game 3 minutes before half-time. And they now meet Inverness Caledonian Thistle in the final at Hampden Park on Saturday, the 3rd of June. So congratulations to Celtic making it through to the final, beating their arch rivals this afternoon. Let's head back to the action taking place in French Ligue 1 at the Parc des Princes. PSG against Lorient, and a red card in that game. Molly Sumter.
Yeah, it's Hakimi who's picked up that red card. He got booked in the first 5 minutes of the game with a very reckless tackle. He was lucky to get away with just a yellow on that one, but he must have forgotten about that because this challenge was even worse. He's completely gone over the ball and stamped on the foot of the Lorient player. It looks as though this challenge was given a straight red, not a second yellow, but the wheels just have completely come off of PSG. You can see the players getting nervous. The entire PSG team were protesting about this, but I don't think there's anything to be argued about with this decision. They need to get back together here. They're 1-0 down. It's PSG 0, Lorient 1.
Wow, what a turn of events there at the Parc des Princes. So trailing by 1-0, and PSG now have to play out the remainder of the match with just 10 men. As it stands at the moment in the league table at the top, they still have a very healthy 8-point lead at the top from Marseille. Marseille, I believe, are in action later on this evening. Indeed, they are. They play Auxerre in an 8:45 p.m. kickoff. So, as I said, still comfortably in front at the moment, but a really surprising scoreline there coming in from the Parc des Princes. PSG 0, Lorient 1 at the moment, and PSG reduced to 10 men, as you just heard there from Molly Sumter. You're listening to Football Live here on Brilla FM. There's also plenty of action taking place today in the Nigerian Premier League as well. Let's just give you the latest scores. Each of these matches currently in the first half. Abia Warriors 1, Dakar FC 0, Bayelsa United 0, Sunshine Stars 0, El Kanemi 0, and Yimba 0. Enugu have just taken the lead at home to Wiki Tourist in that game. So it's Enugu 1, Wiki Tourist 0, Gombe 0, Bendel 0, Kwarara 1, Plateau 0, Lobby Stars 0, Niger 0, and Remo Stars 0, Aqua United 0. They are all the latest scores there for you from the Nigerian Premier League. Let's just wrap up a few other full-time scores from around Europe from all of the action that's taken place this afternoon, as Liverpool and Tottenham is just about to get underway at Anfield. In Italian Serie A, the early kickoff ended Inter 3, Lazio 1. The other full-time scores from Serie A this afternoon: Cremonese 1, Verona 1, Napoli 1, Salernitana 1, and Sassuolo 2, Empoli 1. Napoli Salernitana was, of course, our featured, or one of two featured matches we had from Serie A this afternoon. So looking at the table, which I'm sure you'll be aware of anyway, Napoli still have to wait before being officially crowned champions. They needed a win today in order to do so, but the champagne is on ice. They still have an 18-point lead at the top of the table, but mathematically, they still need one more point to secure the Scudetto. Their next match is an away trip to Udinese. So they're top of the table on 79 points, 18 points clear of Lazio on 61 points. In third place, Juventus on 59, and Inter on 57, with Milan also on 57. Inter ahead by virtue of their better goal difference. And then Roma are bringing up the European qualification spots in sixth place on 57 points. At the other end of the table, Sampdoria heading out of Serie A on 17 points, propping up the table at the moment. Cremonese, they got a 1-1 draw at home to Verona this afternoon. It probably won't be enough for them, though, having led for much of that game. It finished 1-1. They are 7 points adrift of safety, and ahead of them, Verona in 18th spot on 27 points, and still with a chance of survival this season. So that's how things stand in Italian Serie A. Elsewhere, other latest scores to give you. I'll tell you what, we'll give you those a little bit later on. Let's just touch on a reminder of the full-time scores from French League, which I think I gave you a short while ago anyway, actually, so we won't recap those. Just a reminder that PSG are still trailing at home to Lorient by a goal to 0, and of course down to 10 men as well. They're underway at Anfield. Liverpool against Tottenham. There's been an early goal in that game as well.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And just into the 4th minute of that game, Liverpool have taken the lead. An early goal there for Jurgen Klopp's side. It's Liverpool 1, Tottenham 0. Curtis Jones, who of course recently returned to the starting lineup following injury, has opened the scoring there for Liverpool, who still have an outside chance of getting a top 4 spot this season, although it seems pretty remote, but they've exploded out of the traps at Anfield this afternoon. They lead by a goal to 0. We'll be crossing over to Ash Sandiford for details of that goal just as soon as we can here on Football Live on Brilla FM. But Liverpool 1, Tottenham 0 there is the latest score from Anfield. Big goal there. Curtis Jones on the score sheet. Trent Alexander setting him up, I understand, for that goal as well. So a great start for Liverpool, who up until ahead of this game had only kept one clean sheet in their last 8 matches. They've only lost once in their last 38 Premier League matches at home as well. A quite incredible record as we now head over to Ash Sandiford for details of that goal for Liverpool. Great start for the Reds, Ash.
Great start for the Reds and a horrendous start for Tottenham again. It's Liverpool 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0, and it's a great, fantastic cross from Trent Alexander-Arnold, and it's back post. I think it's Curtis Jones. He's just peeled off the back post, and he's just caressed it with his left foot, just in the bottom right-hand corner. It's a great build-up play from Liverpool, to be honest with you. They've kept the ball quite well, popping it around in the centre of the pitch, and the ball breaks out to Trent, and Trent whips it in, and it's just a side-footed little pass into the bottom of Fraser Forrester's net. Absolute no chance, and another poor start for Tottenham Hotspur. It's Liverpool 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0.
Great start then for Liverpool. Just a reminder, PSG are still trailing at home to Lorient by a goal to 0. And I'm just hearing in my ear further goal news now from Anfield to tell you about.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Surely it can't happen again. Now, last weekend, you'll remember Tottenham were thrashed 6-1 at Newcastle, having conceded 5 goals in the opening 20 minutes or so. They've conceded 2 now at Anfield in the opening 5 minutes, because it is Liverpool 2, Tottenham 0. Luis Diaz with the second goal for Liverpool. A dreadful start for Ryan Mason and his side at Anfield. Liverpool leading by 2 goals to 0. Quite remarkable. Are we going to see a replication of what occurred last weekend? Surely not. But once again, Tottenham find themselves having to come from behind. They, of course, managed to salvage a point at home to Manchester United on Thursday night, having trailed 2-0 in that game. And they've got to do the same again this afternoon. Liverpool 2, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Ash, an absolute disaster for Tottenham at the start of this game.
Absolute horrendous stuff here again from Tottenham Hotspur. What is going on at the back? I do not know. Honestly, I do not know what's going on at the back. Tottenham Hotspur have tried to clear the ball in the end. They've hoofed it into the air. It's gone about 50, 60 feet in the air, and it's come out to Mohamed Salah. Mohamed Salah's just got the ball on the left-hand side, and Cody Gakpo's just made a fantastic run right down the right-hand side, and he's cut it back. And it's Luis Diaz with a near enough a tap-in with his weaker foot. It's not a tap-in, but it's kind of just like sliced at it. It's gone straight past Fraser Forrester. It's another goal for Liverpool. The Spurs are having an absolute horrendous start here again at Anfield, and it's another couple of goals Tottenham have conceded within the space of 5-6 minutes. It's Liverpool 2, Tottenham Hotspur 0, and 7 minutes gone.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And there's been a second goal in our featured match in French Ligue 1. At the Parc des Princes, PSG reduced to 10 men. Which way has the goal gone, Molly Sumter?
It's PSG who have managed to get themselves on the score sheet. The Lorient keeper completely misses his kick to clear the ball in close range to Kylian Mbappe, one of the only people you don't want that ball to fall to, who rifles the ball back into the net from close range. It's brought PSG back level with Lorient in the first half. 30 minutes gone. PSG 1, Lorient 1.
So it is now 1-1 then at the Parc des Princes between PSG and Lorient. Despite being reduced in numbers, PSG are back on level terms there. And just to recap, Liverpool leading Tottenham at Anfield by 2-0. A explosive start there for Jurgen Klopp's side. And a brilliant start for them with opening goals from Curtis Jones and Luis Diaz to take a 2-0 lead there at Anfield. Liverpool 2, Tottenham 0. Just to recap the scores from earlier on this afternoon in the Premier League. In case you weren't aware, Bournemouth dispatched Leeds United by 4-1 at the Vitality Stadium. Jefferson Lerma gave them a 2-0 lead with 23 minutes played. Leeds United pulled one back and were given hope when Patrick Bamford scored in the 32nd minute. But in the second half, goals from Dominic Solanke and then a fourth goal deep into time added on from Antoine Semenyo secured the points for Bournemouth with that 4-1 win at home to Leeds. Manchester City, of course, went back to the top of the Premier League table with a 2-1 win at Fulham. They got off to a great start. Erling Haaland from the penalty spot in the 3rd minute, giving them the lead. They added to that in the 36th minute with a goal from Julian Alvarez. And then Fulham managed to pull one back in that game. They equalised actually with Vinicius, of course, levelling in the 15th minute to make it 1-0 before Alvarez scored a second for Man City. That's the way it stayed. So City with all 3 points and back at the top of the Premier League table. Manchester United beat Aston Villa by 1-0 and have cemented their place in the top 4, courtesy of a first half goal from Bruno Fernandes. And Newcastle 3, Southampton 1 is how it ended at St James's Park. Newcastle did go behind in that game, so Southampton taking a surprising lead when Stuart Armstrong opened the scoring, but Newcastle managed to get back into it. Callum Wilson equalised in the second half, and then an own goal from Theo Walcott gave them the lead before Wilson added a second 9 minutes from time to give us a final score of Newcastle 3, Southampton 1. Just looking at the Premier League table then, as it stands, as mentioned, Manchester City now on that incredible run, of course, at the moment. An 18-match unbeaten run now, and it's really difficult to see that coming to an end any time soon. Arsenal now dropping to second place. Of course, they are in action on Tuesday against Chelsea. They're on 75 points. Newcastle in third after that win at home to Southampton on 65 points, and Manchester United occupying fourth spot on 63 points. As it stands, they are 7 points clear of Liverpool, who, of course, currently lead Tottenham by 2-0. They're in fifth place at the moment. Tottenham, as it stands, dropping to sixth on 54 points. At the other end of the table, well, of course, it's really hotting up in the relegation battle. Southampton, well, it's a long way back for them now. They are 6 points away from safety following that defeat at Newcastle, still at the bottom of the table on 24 points and surely destined for the Championship next season. Everton They are in 19th place on 28 points. Leicester in 18th place on 29 points. And what a huge game that is in the Premier League tomorrow, of course, at the King Power Stadium, when both of those sides meet in a 9 p.m. kickoff. Leicester City against Everton tomorrow. You just get the feeling if there is a victory in that game, then the losers may be dropping out of the Premier League this season. Elsewhere at the foot of the table, Nottingham Forest in 17th place on 30 points, on the same number of points as Leeds United, of course, who were beaten and trounced, in fact, by Bournemouth 4-1 at the Vitality Stadium this afternoon. So that's how things look in the Premier League table at the moment. There is, of course, Premier League action currently in progress at Anfield. It's been a great start for Liverpool. 2 up against Tottenham as we cross back to Ash Sandiford for a latest update. And Ash, any further news on this game? Any signs that Tottenham may be getting back into this game?
Yeah, currently still Liverpool 2, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Nothing really in terms to report in terms of chances in the last 3 or 4 minutes or so, but there's lots of control possession from Liverpool. They're feeling really confident now they've got these 2 goals. Funny they've just scored 2 goals. This is the 5th consecutive game that they've scored minimum of 2 goals in every game in the last 5 games. So that's a great little bit of form for Jurgen Klopp. He's really got his boys firing back again and back into winning ways. And yeah, at the moment they're dominating possession. Liverpool scoring lots and lots of getting lots of chances just towards the edge of the 18-yard box. But Spurs at the moment just trying to keep it nice and tight before they concede anymore, because I think one more and we could be looking at another 6-1 defeat again. But currently, as it stands, it's still Liverpool 2, Tottenham Hotspur 0, 14 minutes ago.
So still 2-0 to Liverpool there, Ash. And it's been a strange season, isn't it, for both clubs? Just touch on Liverpool first, because, you know, by their standards, of course, they were Premier League champions, 3 seasons ago? Manchester City just pipped them to the post a couple of seasons ago as well. But despite their poor form this season, they should get European qualification, but they're still on the fringes of a top 4 spot with, 4 or 5 matches to play.
Yeah, and I just think Klopp would have been looking at it a couple of games ago and thinking, no, you know what, we want to avoid the Europa Conference League, playing on Thursday nights, potentially Europa League. And they were probably thinking in the back of their minds, you know what, we wouldn't mind finishing in that 8th position just to be fully away from the situation of any European football on Thursday nights. But they'll have half an eye on a potential top 4 spot, just about 9 points behind Manchester United. I think at the moment, I think 7 points if they win this game today. So they'll be looking at any slip-ups and trying to take advantage, but they will be looking at European football at the moment. And the way how things are going at the moment, you just can't put it past anything, the way how the results have been this season. So Liverpool will be feeling really confident they can get themselves back into Europe this season. But as it stands, it's currently still 2-0.
Yeah, and comfortably in control at the moment, heading towards what would be a 4th consecutive win following victories against West Ham, Nottingham Forest and Leeds as well. And currently, as it stands, 5 matches unbeaten too. So they've certainly turned a corner in recent games.
Yeah, they certainly have. And like I said, they'll be looking forward to potentially with the next few games that they've got. They're playing teams in and around them. They'll be playing a couple of teams, really, that they should, on paper, be winning. So they'll be looking forward to every game between now and the end of the season and trying to really grasp that top 4 space. And as for Tottenham Hotspur, I just think they're in a complete free-fall at the moment. They need to get a manager in fast and make a really big decision on what they're going to do with Harry Kane.
Tottenham in free-fall, according to Ash Sandiford. We'll be back with Ash very shortly. An update on PSG against Lorient to follow as well. Goal news to tell you about. Further goal news at Anfield.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Well, amazingly, just as we pulled away there from Ash Sandiford, there's been a 3rd goal at Anfield. Have Tottenham clawed themselves back into this game? Ash Sandiford.
No, they certainly haven't. It's Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Another goal for Liverpool at Anfield again, and it's a penalty for Liverpool. I think it was Cody Gakpo was brought down in the middle of just outside the 18, just inside the 18-yard box, I should say. Stonewall penalty. I think Højbjerg was the man who brought him down. The referee pointed to the spot straight away. There was no even VAR check. It was literally straight to the spot. Spurs players had their hands in their heads. They were literally thinking, what is going on? Is this going to be 6-1 again like last time? And was it Mohamed Salah steps up again with a penalty, scoring his 17th Premier League goal of the season, and Spurs, their fans are starting to slowly walk out the stadium. This is starting to be an empty away section here at Anfield. It's Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 0, 17 minutes in.
Quite amazing. The Spurs fans, of course, left in their droves at St James's Park last weekend after the opening 20 minutes. They're doing the same again. Of course, they were all refunded their ticket money last weekend. Will the Spurs authorities be having to do the same thing again this afternoon? They are trailing at Anfield by 3-0. Further goal news as well from French Ligue 1.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And this is shaping up to be a very interesting game as well. Molly Sumter.
Again, it's Lorient who have gone in front. You would not have expected this going into the game. It's Yongwa who has scored after an assist again by Romain Favre, who has allowed him to tap the ball into an empty net. PSG are falling apart here, Chris, and Lorient are just running absolute riot here, really piling on the pressure, getting forward as much as they possibly can, and all those attacks have come to fruition with this next goal. I really wouldn't have expected this, but if you look back at some of the games, Lorient do have a habit of scoring before the hour mark against PSG, but it looks as though they've done 2 here before even half time, Chris. It's PSG 1, Lorient 2.
Yeah, really surprising scoreline then from the Parc des Princes, with PSG trailing at home to Lorient by 2-1. Marseille currently in second spot. As it stands, they are 8 points behind PSG at the moment. They are in action later on this evening in an 8:45 kickoff in Ligue 1, where they will be facing Auxerre. That kicks off at 8:45. Still a long way to go, but PSG at the moment trailing by 2-1. Liverpool 3, Tottenham 0 is the latest score from Anfield. A terrific start there for Jurgen Klopp's side. We'll be back around both of those grounds very, very shortly. And if there's any goal news or any further updates on Liverpool versus Tottenham or PSG versus Lorient, you will hear it first and foremost here on Football Live on Brilla FM. We'll be heading back to Tony and the crew in Nigeria in around about 2 minutes' time or so here on Football Live. Let's just go through the latest scores for you once again in the Nigerian Premier League as we approach half-time. Some of these matches have indeed reached half-time. Abia Warriors 1, Dakar FC 0. At half-time, it's Bayelsa United 0, Sunshine Stars 0. El Kanemi 0, Enyimba 0. Enugu 1, Wiki Tourist 0. They are both latest scores. At half-time, it's Gombe 0, Bendel 0. Also, Lobby Stars 0, Niger 0 at half-time. And they're approaching half-time between Kwara and Plateau, where it is Kwara 1, Plateau 0. And Remo Stars goalless at home to Aqua United. So you're up to date with all of the latest scores there from the Nigerian Premier League. Of course, earlier on today, plenty of Premier League action, as we know. Just to recap the full-time scores for you once again before we head over to Nigeria. Bournemouth 4, Leeds 1, Fulham 1, Manchester City 2. Pep's side going back to the top of the table for the first time since February, following those 3 points this afternoon at Craven Cottage. Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0, and Newcastle 3, Southampton 1 is how it ended at St James's Park. They're into the 22nd minute at Anfield, and it remains Liverpool 3, Tottenham 0. Liverpool scoring twice in the first 4 minutes with goals through Curtis Jones and Luis Diaz, and a Mo Salah penalty in the 15th minute, giving them a 3-0 lead at home to Tottenham. We're going to take a quick break now as we head back to the crew in Nigeria for all of your social media comments. We'll see you very, very shortly once again here on Football Live on Brilla FM.
Okay, thank you very, very much. It was just a matter of time with Napoli. They needed, going into this game, they needed 4 points. And their closest rivals, Lazio, dropped 3 points. So they needed, of course, 1 more point. In fact, they now, with 1 more point, and they will be crowned champion. So it's very, very much within their grasp. Let's tell you that in Spain, Samuel Chukwueze has been withdrawn. But it is Villarreal very much in front. Villarreal leading Celta de Vigo. Let's take this call very quickly and then go rejoin our partners in the UK. Hello, somebody. Hello. Are you there? Sports Radio Villa FM. Okay. No time to check time. Very, very quickly, let's go back to the action in the UK. It's all about Football Live. Please don't touch it. We're back after this timeout.
It's gotta be good, it's gotta be wholesome. Chili, tasty, while sharing my respect to my body. My whole life, your one sweetness of every moment. Making my day delightful, my whole your guns. My whole your guns.
Hollandia yogurt, wholesome nourishment from your favorite brand.
Follow NairaBet on Twitter @NairaBet and on Facebook @NairaBet Online to take part in our infamous giveaways, and you too can win big. NairaBet, the home of sports betting and fast payments in Nigeria.
The name of that gorgeous restaurant is
Have you heard anything quite like this? Absolutely not. From London to Lagos. It was a long ball over the top. Let's go by the phone book. Yeah, it's a superb football. That's from Arsenal, really. Unbelievable. Boom. Big goal in the Munich. Returns to the substitute bench for Brentford. That's why we stand out from the crowd. If you're a Tottenham fan, you'll be jumping up and down.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM, powered by NairaBet, with Chris Baldwin. And welcome back. Many thanks to our colleagues in Nigeria for all of your social media comments as well. You'll be back, welcome back to Football Live. We're here with you now for the next hour or so. No further goal news to tell you about from Anfield, where it remains Liverpool 3, Tottenham 0. Liverpool still firmly in control as they reach the half-hour mark in that game. We will be back across with our reporter Ash Sandiford for an update very, very shortly here on Football Live. But the halftime whistle has blown in our featured match in League 1 this evening. PSG against Lorient at halftime. Here is Molly Sumter.
Thanks, Chris. It's been a chaotic 45 minutes here in Paris, to say the least. And it's been a surprising one too, with Lorient taking the lead twice against PSG. The homeboys managed to bring it back level with a goal courtesy of Kylian Mbappe, but Lorient managed to go back in front once again. And I have to say, Chris, it was a well-deserved lead taken from them. They've played so well in these opening 45 minutes. It's really been a fighting performance from them. They're getting forward as much as they possibly can, really getting in behind that PSG defence, who you would really expect better from here at the Parc des Princes. I think really Lorient could go on to win this game, which would be an unexpected result in against who is really the title winners again for this season. But with 8 points on Marseille, but playing the way they are today, it might not be quite solidified. We'll have to wait and see from the second half. But as it stands, it's PSG 1, Lorient 2.
Yeah, surprising scoreline, Molly. But I mean, looking at recent results for PSG, they have stuttered, haven't they, in recent weeks with those two defeats, both at home again to Lyon and Rennes.
Definitely, they haven't been quite living up to how they have. It's just, I think, 3 wins in 5 for them. I think we would have expected a little bit better. They have got that kind of comfort blanket of the 8 points on Marseille, but they need to watch their backs and not be too complacent about that lead, because they are falling behind a little bit here. But hopefully for them, they can pick up the pace again in the second half and get those 3 points that they need to really, really solidify that title for them.
So PSG still trail then at the break at home to Lorient, and we will be across that game throughout the course of the second half with our reporter on Football Live, Molly Sumter. Let's just check back in now with Ash Sandiford, who's watching Liverpool against Tottenham. Have Tottenham managed to steady the ship in that game, Ash?
Oh, the only thing that they've steadied is the scoreline, to be honest with you. It's still currently Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 0. And Tottenham have had a couple of half chances, but unfortunately the flag has gone up for offside. A couple of chances. Harry Kane bared down on the right-hand side with a little touch in play from Heung-min Son, but it was offside as he tried to as he tried to strike the ball into the bottom corner, but it was offside in the end. As for Liverpool, I love the way how Trent Alexander-Arnold is dictating the play. He's doing that kind of Zinchenko strike, I'd say Zinchenko, that type of role where he's coming into the centre of the park and kind of dictating the play. And every time he's getting the ball, he's popping it over the top to Mohamed Salah. He's having loads of space on the ball. So at the moment, it's still Liverpool in complete cruise control, but Spurs will just be happy that they haven't conceded for 12 or 13 minutes or so. But as it stands here at Anfield, it's still Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 0.
Yeah, and that's really been probably their biggest failing this season, hasn't it, Ash? Conceding goals, Tottenham, 56 goals conceded now, including the 3 they've conceded at Anfield this afternoon. It's certainly got to be an area that they need to strengthen ahead of next season, as well, of course, of getting a replacement manager.
Of course, it's horrendous. Like 56 goals conceded at this stage of the season, only plus 4 goal difference as they've scored 60 goals. It's pretty poor for someone that's in a team that's in that type of position in the league. So I think whoever is the manager next year for Tottenham Hotspur, the first kind of position and areas that they'll be looking to target is that kind of centre-back position. Eric Dyer seems like he's been around for absolute years and years and years on end, and nothing really has progressed. They obviously haven't won anything in that time as well, Tottenham Hotspur. So I think the manager, whoever turns up, I don't know who it's going to be in the summer. It looks like it will be the summer now. But whoever turns up at the Tottenham Hotspur stadium, they were looking to target that centre-half position and really get someone that can really control and dominate kind of that back 4, back 5, whatever system they decide to play. But yeah, Tottenham at the moment, they just wanted this. I think they just want this season to be over, especially the 2 centre-halves, Romero and Eric Dyer.
And just looking at the managerial vacancy, Ash, as well, obviously there would be a few managers in the frame for that. Mauricio Pochettino, as we know, has been linked with Chelsea in recent days. Who would you put in the frame for the big job?
It's a tough one. I think, and Spurs fans might be throwing things at me as they hear this, but I just think they should be going in for someone like Graham Potter. I think the Chelsea job for Graham Potter was slightly too big, and I know Graham Potter hasn't won anything in the English league before, but I just think they need a project. They need someone that they can trust. They need someone that's got some good structure, some good tactics, that can discipline and organise teams, just like he did with Brighton. Just like he did with Chelsea at times. The only thing with Chelsea with Graham Potter, they just didn't score enough goals, and that's what put them in that horrid mid-table position. But I just think someone like Graham Potter would be a perfect fit. I think Pochettino will go to Chelsea. I don't see him losing kind of that kind of gentleman's agreement that he's had now with the board at Chelsea. So I really believe that this is. I think Graham Potter would be perfect for Tottenham Hotspur. A little bit of structure. I think he will work with Levy. I think Levy likes to dominate the managers who he has in, if Levy is going to stay. So I believe that Graham Potter would be a perfect fit for Tottenham Hotspur.
Interesting thoughts there from Ash Sandiford, who reckons Graham Potter could well be in the frame to take over at Tottenham next season. We shall wait and see. It will obviously be a very, very busy summer. It remains Liverpool 3, Tottenham 0 at Anfield. You're listening to Football Live here on Brilla FM.
You are listening to Football Live on Brilla FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brilla FM with Football Live.
Oh my word, it's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow, just wow.
Yes, indeed. This is Football Live. Of course, there's plenty of Premier League action coming up in midweek as well. That massive game taking place tomorrow at the King Power Stadium, a real relegation 6-pointer, if ever there was one. Leicester City, now, of course, under the tenure of Dean Smith at home to Everton. Big game that you just sense that if there is a winner, the losers will probably be bouncing out of the Premier League this season. but we shall have to wait and see. But what a huge game that is tomorrow evening. Kickoff at 9 p.m. And then on Tuesday, Arsenal at home to Chelsea. Pretty much a must-win game, really, for Arsenal against their London rivals. That kicks off at 9 p.m. on Tuesday. Of course, Arsenal being leapfrogged by Manchester City following City's win at Fulham this afternoon. They are now top of the Premier League table, and Arsenal playing catch-up, and of course having played a game more than their rivals as well. And then on to Wednesday, the 3rd of May, Liverpool versus Fulham, Manchester City against West Ham. And then on Thursday, Brighton at home to Manchester United. That's how the fixtures look through the midweek in the Premier League. Let's just concentrate on matters taking place this evening. Let's head back to Anfield. Liverpool against Tottenham. Sounds as though Liverpool are knocking on the door and looking to extend their lead even further. Ash.
Yeah,
they Ash.
Yeah, they certainly are. Liverpool really, again, dominating position. I don't think Tottenham Hotspur touched the ball in probably around 2.5, 3 minutes. They were just popping the ball around the back four and really starting to be honest with you, really starting to struggle. Tottenham, I think it kind of looks like they're giving up. Trent Alexander-Arnold is kind of playing that, like I said, that fourth or fifth midfielder role where he's getting himself lots of touches in and around the box. And he spread the ball outside to Diaz, and Diaz got down to the byline and whipped one in. And Mo Salah just tried to get a toe to it, and it just went out in the end for a goal kick. So it was a great build-up play from, I think I counted about 50 to 52 passes, I think Liverpool had in that spell of possession. So Liverpool really dominating possession at the moment as it stands. Tottenham really can't get a hold in this game, chasing shadows, and heads are in hands, and it looks like they're already giving up. But as it stands, it's currently Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 0, about 38 minutes gone.
Do you think there's any signs that Ryan Mason may be making or thinking about making a couple of changes, Ash?
I think it's a good idea for him to at least make at least one or two changes, especially in the middle of the park. They're being outnumbered. You've got Fabinho, you've got Trent, you've got Gakpo kind of filling in and kind of dropping off, and Harvey Elliott all playing down the middle. And you've got Diaz and Salah just stretching the pitch, staying literally hugging the touchline out wide. And Tottenham just can't, honestly, they literally cannot lay a glove on Liverpool at the moment. They've hardly touched the ball. The only time they touch the ball is if Liverpool lose the ball out of position and make a couple of mistakes here and there. But as it stands, it's currently Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 0, and I can't see anything happening in this game for Tottenham Hotspur.
So still 3-0. It's half-time, of course, in our featured match in French League 1. PSG 1, Lorient 2 is the half-time score. And news is filtering through of a further goal at Anfield.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
As we approach half-time, about 5 minutes or so of the first half remaining, and Tottenham have given themselves hope because they pulled one back. It's now Liverpool 3, Tottenham 1. No prizes for guessing who has scored for Tottenham. Harry Kane on the score sheet. So Liverpool 3, Tottenham 1. Let's get news of that Spurs comeback now from Ash Standiford.
Well, a little bit of the commentator's curse there. As I said, that Tottenham, I can't see them getting anything out of this game, but they certainly have a break down the right-hand side from Tottenham Hotspur, and they switched the outplay to Perisic, and Perisic just got himself down to the byline, and he left himself, he cut inside, and to be honest with you, left Virgil van Dijk on his bum. He literally cut inside and kind of dinked it back post, and Harry Kane on the volley just hit it straight across Alisson Becker, straight into the bottom of the corner, and it was the goal for Tottenham Hotspur. And that's a fantastic kind of goal that they get in 3 or 4 minutes before half-time. It's exactly what Tottenham Hotspur need, and I think Ryan Mason will be now thinking about doing something a little bit different in the second half. Spurs had a great way of coming back in that second half at the Tottenham Stadium against Manchester United midweek. So they'll be feeling confident that they can get maybe a couple of goals in this second half. But to be honest with you, it was really against the run of play, that goal. But they'll be happy that they've got something out of the game. It's currently Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 1.
And if you were going to bank on anybody scoring for Tottenham this evening, Ash, it would have to be Mr. Kane.
Oh, Mr. Harry Kane, that's his 25th Premier League goal of the season. Any other normal season without Erling Haaland, he would be top goal scorer, as he usually is. But he's not going to catch Erling Haaland this season. But he's still doing his bit for Tottenham Hotspur. I wonder if he's going to be doing his bit for Tottenham Hotspur next season. Who knows? But like I said, if anyone's going to score in this game, all it takes is Harry Kane, just one sniff, one chance, and he usually gets himself on the score sheet.
Yeah, he's pulled one back for Tottenham. A 25th goal of the campaign then for Harry Kane. It's Liverpool 3, Tottenham 1 at Anfield. Just looking ahead to next weekend here on Football Live. We'll be back with you, of course, on Saturday. So much to look forward to on Saturday, the 6th of May. More top Premier League action, of course, at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tottenham face Crystal Palace in a London derby there in a 4 o'clock kickoff, of course. Manchester City are at home to Leeds United. Both of those sides, of course, going in different directions as Manchester City close in potentially on the title once again for a 5th title in 6 seasons, it would be, wouldn't it, if they can pip Arsenal to that this campaign. Leeds United succumbing to defeat, of course, earlier on today at Bournemouth, crushed by Bournemouth, 4-1 in the end. So that's a big job for them at the Etihad Stadium next weekend. Also on the agenda on Football Live on Saturday, the 6th of May, Wolves at home to Aston Villa in the Midlands derby. Bournemouth are at home to Chelsea as well. Chelsea, who can't buy a win at the moment, or even score for that matter. Other action to look forward to, Liverpool against Brentford. That will be the early evening kickoff on Saturday, kicking off at 6:30 p.m. And around Europe, plenty of fixtures to look forward to here on Football Live. Freiburg at home to Leipzig. Leipzig, of course, looking to consolidate their position in the top 4 and thus a Champions League place once again this season. Nice against Rennes, and action too in the German Bundesliga on Saturday, the 6th of May, when Werder Bremen are at home to Bayern Munich. Bayern, of course, who managed to grab all 3 points with a couple of late goals at home to Hertha Berlin earlier on this afternoon in our featured match in the German Bundesliga. Back to Anfield we go. Liverpool against Tottenham, and a big chance for the visitors, I believe. Ash.
Yeah, huge chance for the visitors. And I'll tell you what, Jurgen Klopp will be absolutely driving himself mad. He's not happy on the touchline. He is storming. He is raging. And it's a big mistake from Robertson, Andy Robertson. He's kind of got the ball and they're getting a bit lackluster in possession, to be honest with you, Liverpool at the moment. After I said they've been dominating possession throughout the whole of the game so far. So Andy Robertson's just kind of got the ball and he was just a simple pass back to the goalkeeper. And what has he done? He's kind of just let it slip. He's just let it slip, and I think it was Kulevetsky. He's bearing down on goal, but because he hasn't got that much pace, I think it was Trent Alexander-Arnold managed to get himself back in position. But he's held it, and Alisson's just kind of just saved it. And there was another deflection for Son, and Son tried to just kind of pass it into the back of the net, and another deflection as well, and it went out for a corner in the end. It was a massive mistake for Robertson, and really could have let Tottenham back in the game to make it 3-2. But as it stands, Tottenham are getting a little bit more confident in the game, and they definitely will not want this first half to end. It's currently, as it stands, Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 1.
Yeah, it's still a long way back for Tottenham, Ash, but as we know, on Thursday they showed some real character and grit in coming back from 2 goals behind at home to Manchester United. So you never know, still very much game on.
Yeah, game on. Like I said, but Ryan Mason, that's all you would probably expect. He kind of, everyone knows that Ryan Mason is kind of a boy wonder club from Tottenham Hotspur. He loves Tottenham Hotspur, and all he probably wants his players to do is just put the passion and the effort, and I'm sure that's all the fans would want as well. But showing fantastic character in that game midweek. I think it was Thursday night against Manchester United, coming back in that second half, scoring 2 goals in the second half. So they'll be quietly confident they can get something out of this game because, like I said, as this game goes on, they're getting a little bit more confidence and they know they can score, and they know if they give Harry Kane one chance, they can get themselves another goal. So yeah, as it stands, still 3-1, about 2 or 3 minutes to go until the end of the first half.
And any further goal news, you will hear it first here on Football Live on Brilla FM with our reporter Ash Sandiford. Second half is underway in our featured match in French League PSG against Lorient. Let's rejoin Molly Sumter.
Thanks, Chris. In the opening kind of 5 minutes of this second half, PSG have been looking much more like the team you would expect to come out today. They're looking a lot more confident on the ball, managing to get a few passes together here and there, and also managing to get a few attacks onto the Lorient defence. Nothing come of them just yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see more goals in this second half from them. There was a half-time substitution made by PSG to try and switch the game around a little bit. Carlos Soler is replaced by Fabian Ruiz, who played in the last match. So hopefully he'll be able to help lift this PSG team and get them a few more goals back, and hopefully to a win to secure some 3 points for them. But as it stands, it's PSG 1, Lorient 2.
So PSG still trailing at the moment. Let's just recap the final scores from the earlier action in French Ligue 1. In case you weren't aware, Monaco 0, Montpellier 4. Surprising defeat there for Monaco at home to Montpellier. Clermont 1, Reims 0, Rennes 4, Angers 2, and it ended 3-0, Nice 1. Now, Marseille are in action at home to Auxerre in an 8:45 kickoff later on in Ligue 1. And if the PSG result stays the same, then they could narrow that gap down to 5 points by the end of the evening, but still plenty to play for at the Parc des Princes this evening, and you're never going to write off PSG, of course, looking for a record 11th French title this season. Elsewhere, some other final scores to give you from around Europe in today's action. In La Liga, Cadiz 2, Valencia 1, and it ended Villarreal 3, Celta Vigo 1. A couple of matches taking place later on today in La Liga. Espanyol are at home to Getafe, and Valladolid are at home to Atletico Madrid. Just looking at the league standings in La Liga, Barcelona, of course, still topping the table, 11 points clear of Real Madrid. Barcelona on 79 points, with Real on 68 points. Atletico Madrid in action later on this evening, as I said, on 63 points. So a chance for them to close the gap on Real at the top of La Liga. So you're up to date with all matters Spanish La Liga here on Football Live on Brilla FM. In the German Bundesliga, our featured match earlier on today was at the Allianz Arena, where Bayern defeated Hertha by 2-0. Really important win that for Thomas Tuchel's side. It moves them back into pole position in the German Bundesliga on 62 points and a far superior goal difference as well from Dortmund, who are a point further back. They, of course, were held by Bochum on Friday evening in a 1-1 draw. Union Berlin currently third on 56 points, and Freiburg in that fourth and final Champions League spot on 56 points. At the bottom of the table, Hertha Berlin, after that defeat at Bayern, really appear to be heading out now back into the second tier of German football. They're propping up the table on 22 points, 5 points behind Schalke on 27 points, and then Bochum a point further ahead of them, currently in 16th place. And I think you are pretty much up to date with the latest scores from around Europe. Elsewhere in the Nigerian Premier League, some latest scores to give you well into the second halves in each of these matches. Abia Warriors 1, Dakar FC 0. Bayelsa United 1, Sunshine Stars 1, El Kanemi 0, Enyimba 0, Enugu 1, Ricky Tourist 0, Gombe 0, Bendel 0, Kawara 1, Plateau 0 is how it remains there. Lobby Stars 1, Niger 0, and Remo Stars 1, Aqua United 0, with around about half an hour there or thereabouts, slightly more in some of those matches remaining in each of those games. This is Football Live on Brilla FM.
Follow NairaBet on Twitter @NairaBet and on Facebook @NairaBet Online to take part in our infamous giveaways, and you too can win big. NairaBet, the home of sports betting and fast payments in Nigeria.
Next Saturday, exclusive coverage on Football Live. Bournemouth take on Chelsea. in the Premier League. The best place to follow the Premier League and all the major leagues in Europe is right here on Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Brilla FM.
It is drama you will not want to miss.
Well, against all the odds, Bournemouth have taken the lead and not a single shot on target up to this point.
Yeah, it was a James Ward-Prowse classic. He just kills it beautifully.
Well, it's been absolute chaos.
Yes, Josh. Football's a cruel game. You can have all the possession you want, but if you don't put the ball at the back of the net.
It was again Cade and Son, like the good old days.
But this show never disappoints.
Yes, well, it's Brentford 0, Bristol Palace 1 here, and it's Eberechi who's got the goal.
Oh my word, Josh. I cannot believe how Phil Foden has not made this 2-0.
Yes, Barry, it's a second goal for Borussia Dortmund, and the Dice Watch go on are running away with it now.
Football Live, the preview show, returns tomorrow on Brilla FM, exclusively looking back at all the weekend's action with myself, Barry Swain. We'll hear from the managers, we'll hear from the players, and we'll take a careful look at who's going to win the leagues, who's going to make it into Europe next year, and who will get relegated. We'll have a close look at all the big weekend's action once it's all taken place and unfolded, dissecting the action right here on Brilla FM, exclusively on Football Live, the preview show, tomorrow on Brilla FM.
Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Civita.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brilla FM with Football Live.
But it always starts with us.
All the key action from around Europe's top leagues.
Wow. Just wow.
You are listening to Football Live on Brilla FM. Powered by NairaBet. Have your say on today's action and interact with Brilla FM on Twitter at Brilla FM 889, on Facebook at 889 Brilla FM, and on Instagram Brilla FM 889. Welcome back to Football Live on Brilla FM. Yes, you are listening to Football Live, and indeed make sure that you join Barry Swain for the preview show tomorrow. Some fantastic assessments to look forward to with Barry, looking ahead, of course, to all the Premier League action that is taking place in midweek. Plenty of it as well. We'll just recap some of the fixtures taking place a little bit later on here on the show. Meanwhile, the halftime whistle has blown at Anfield in the evening kickoff in the Premier League. Liverpool against Tottenham. Here's Ash Standiford.
Yeah, half-time here at Anfield. It's Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 1, and it's a pretty dominating performance from Liverpool again, getting themselves with 3 successive goals. Started off early on with some great build-up play from Liverpool, to be honest with you, in the middle of the park. Cody Gakpo pulling the strings in the middle, doing a couple of 1-2s with Curtis Jones. He got it out wide, and there was a big cross from Trent Alexander-Arnold to the back post for Curtis Jones, just for a simple tap-in across Fraser Forrester. That was 1-0 after 3 minutes. 2 minutes later, Luis Diaz with a great little goal in from a great cross from Cody Gakpo, getting down on the byline, cutting it back, and Luis Diaz with his weaker foot just scuffs it into the bottom corner, and Liverpool go 2-0 up, cruising after 5 minutes. Tottenham Hotspur fans were starting to walk out then, and if they started to walk out then, after 15 minutes, they were walking out even more after a poor challenge from Højbjerg. I think it was actually Romero bringing down Cody Gakpo. Absolute terrible challenge, and to be honest with you, even the Tottenham Hotspur players were looking around and thinking, what on earth are you doing, Romero? Mohamed Salah, usually very reliable at the penalty spot, gets himself a fantastic penalty, bottom right-hand corner, with a great penalty to make it 3-0 after 15 minutes. And just towards the end of the half, after 40 minutes, Spurs started getting themselves back into the game, and Ivan Perisic, with his 8th assist of the season, crosses the ball in for Harry Kane with a right-footed volley just across the goalkeeper to score his 25th Premier League goal of the season. But yet Tottenham didn't want that half to end, to be honest with you, and they'll be looking to get themselves a couple of goals in the second half and get themselves a really, really positive start. The next goal, I think, is important in this one. But half-time, as it stands, Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 1.
Thanks very much, Ash. Let's head back to the Parc des Princes now. Our featured match in French League 1, PSG against Lorient. Are PSG still trailing there, Molly Sumter?
They're unlucky to be trailing here still, Chris. It should be 2-2 here. Lionel Messi sent a really, really clever cross into the box, and Sergio Ramos found himself just on the end of it, but it went inches over the bar from his header. It was a real shame to see that go over, Chris, because PSG have come out this second half fighting. It's really, really great football to see. But it's unfortunate, as we said, they're still trailing here. It's still PSG 1, Lorient 2.
Indeed, still trailing at home then. So Liverpool 3, Tottenham 1. It remains at Anfield. Wins, of course, today for Bournemouth and Manchester City, Manchester United and Newcastle, as well as we just reflect on yesterday's action, of course, in the Premier League. It was an absolute goal fest as well. We only had 3 fixtures, of course, on offer, but 16 goals scored in total. Brighton scoring 6 of those and maintaining their push for a place in Europe with that 6-0 mauling of Wolverhampton Wanderers at the Amex. A brace each, of course, from Denis Undav and also Pascal Gross as well. Here is the Seagulls head coach, Roberto De Zerbi, on that resounding success yesterday afternoon.
Yes, I decided to change 5 players to give more energy, to be more live during the game. I'm not surprised for the performances of Gilmore Undav. The level of the other players is very high, and it's difficult to find the space for them. But very delighted for the performance for the guys, not for the result, because we are suffering a lot for the last 2 games in Nottingham, and especially in semi-final FA Cup. We deserve to win, and we suffer for it. Today was fantastic.
Certainly was fantastic. Brighton recording their biggest ever top flight victory yesterday, and what an amazing season it has been for them. They are still competing for a Europa League place this season, in 8th spot in the Premier League on 52 points. As it stands, just 4 points behind Liverpool, who of course are 3-1 up at home to Tottenham this evening. They of course managed to get through to the semi-finals of the FA Cup as well, losing out on that penalty shootout, desperately losing out on that in that penalty shootout to Manchester United, thus denying them a FA Cup final showpiece with Manchester City in June. But either way, yeah, terrific season for Brighton, and you can only see them really building on that as well. They, of course, have acquired the services of Watford striker João Pedro next season as well. It's not a done and dusted deal yet, but it seems pretty certain that he's going to be on his way to the Amex next season. A really exciting young talent, the Brazilian. Elsewhere yesterday, a 7-goal thriller was played out at Selhurst Park as Crystal Palace beat London rivals West Ham 4-3. It's now 4 wins in 6 for Palace since Roy Hodgson returned as manager. As for West Ham, they're still not safe from the drop zone. Here is Hammers defender Angelo Ogbonna following that defeat at Selhurst Park.
Yeah, we came with nothing in the end, but the battle was there. We were 1-0 up, and then they equalized, and after that, like we dropped a little bit. But this is football. We have many games in front of us, and we try to bounce back. But not for now. But then Kurt had an injury, and then maybe affect a little bit on the team and that kind of things. And I think we tried everything to get back, and of course the battle was there. At the end, we didn't get the point.
That's Angelo Ogbonna, the West Ham defender, following that defeat at Crystal Palace yesterday. Just looking at the up-and-coming fixtures for West Ham. Of course, they're not safe from relegation, as I just mentioned, but they've got some difficult games coming up. Manchester City away on the 3rd. That's in midweek, of course. Next weekend, they are at home to Manchester United. And then following that, of course, the first leg of their Europa Conference League playoff against Alkmaar. So they could win some European silverware this season. Elsewhere in the Premier League, they are away to Brentford. And then at the end of May, at home to Leeds and away to Leicester as well. Of course, beaten yesterday by Crystal Palace. Elsewhere, just reflecting on Saturday's action, Nottingham Forest's Premier League survival hopes, well, they were dealt a massive blow as a late Brentford fight back secured all 3 points in that 2-1 win at the GTEC Community Stadium for the Bees. It leaves Steve Cooper's side still just 1 point clear of the bottom 3. And just looking at the upcoming fixtures for Nottingham Forest as well, who of course have been sucked right into that relegation fight now in recent games. Let's get the fixture list up for you. At home to Southampton. Well, they're difficult to beat when they're playing at the City Ground at home, Nottingham Forest. And that's a great opportunity for them to win next weekend, playing, of course, the basement boys Southampton, who appear to be heading out of the Premier League. And then after that, an away trip to Chelsea, at home to Arsenal, and then away to Crystal Palace as well. So a quick look and a reminder of the state of play at the bottom of the Premier League at the moment. Southampton propping up the table on 24 points, 4 points adrift of Everton in 19th spot on 28. Leicester in 18th spot on 29 points. Leicester at home to Everton, of course. Massive game tomorrow in the Premier League. And Nottingham Forest in 17th spot on 30 points. That's how it's all looking in the Premier League at the moment. We're into the final half hour of the show here on Football Live on Brilla FM. The second half between Liverpool and Tottenham will be getting underway very, very shortly. Liverpool currently leading by 3-1. Let's get an update from the Parc des Princes, PSG against Lorient. Here's Molly Sumter.
Chris, the PSG just keep knocking on the door for goals here. There was an incredible save from the Lorient keeper from literally about a couple of meters out. Danilo Pereira, who tried to head it towards the goal, and it was some incredible reflexes from the Lorient keeper to keep it away. But it is turning out to be an incredibly tasty match here at the Parc des Princes. Both teams really looking for another goal. This next goal is going to be pivotal in the game. PSG really needs to get back on level terms with Lorient, having some amazing chances as we spoke about before, but Lorient also getting their fair share of the chances, not as many looking quite as accurate as the PSG ones, but still they are looking for that third goal to really put this game to bed. There's 69 minutes gone. It's PSG 1, Lorient 2.
So still a very surprising scoreline there coming in from the Parc des Princes. Let's head back to Anfield. The second half is underway. Liverpool against Tottenham. Any changes made at the break by the manager, Ash Sandiford?
No changes here. Still 0-0. Still Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 1. No changes here here at Anfield. I think Ryan Mason will just kind of want to continue what happened in the end of that first half. So they'll just be looking to kind of keep it nice and tight early, because they conceded a lot of goals at the start of the whistle in either half, Tottenham Hotspur, I've noticed. So they'll be looking to keep it tight as possible in the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. And then I'm surely they're going to have to throw the kitchen sink at Liverpool this afternoon. So I'm looking at Tottenham at the moment, just in possession, just trying to keep the ball and prodding up the pitch. And Liverpool, they really now need one more goal to really kill this game off. But still 3-1 as it stands. No changes here so far in this game. Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 1.
And as we've already pointed out, Ash, it's been a disappointing season for Jurgen Klopp's side, also in the domestic cup competitions as well. Just looking ahead to next season, are there any particular areas you think they need to strengthen the squad in?
Yeah, I think they've been crying out for a box-to-box midfielder. A lot of the pundits and on the radio nowadays, they've been saying that a lot of the midfield players for Liverpool, their legs have gone. People like Jordan Henderson, Thiago, thinks he potentially might be going back to Barcelona. Fabinho looks like he's sometimes running in quicksand, some people say. That's not my opinion, but look, Liverpool just need a little bit of energising in the middle of the park. I feel like they need maybe like box-to-box midfielder that's got the legs to get up and down the pitch. The old-fashioned number 8, as Steven Gerrard, some people would say. So I think that's the area that they'd like to straight. I think up tops they're looking super comfortable. I mean, they've got Diego Jota just coming back from injury. Diaz coming back. This is his first start since October the 7th last year. And then Cody Gakpo's really looking like himself again and starting to look much fitter in and around the box. And then they've got Nunez as well. So they've got some great attacking threat throughout the whole of the pitch. I just think it's that central midfield. And I think once the central midfield is looking a little bit more sure, I think that's when the back four will feel a little bit more comfortable and then Trent won't be as exposed as he has been in prior games. So I think Liverpool will be looking to strengthen that midfield for next season.
And of course, as we know, they won the title, 3 seasons ago now. Unbelievably. Where does time go? Next season, do you think they can mount a serious challenge to Manchester City for the title, or do you think the gulf between the two clubs has extended still further in that time frame?
Yeah, I just think the gulf between Manchester City and near enough every single team in the Premier League is much bigger than everyone expected. Look at the demolition of Arsenal on the other night, and Arsenal were sitting top of the Premier League just a few weeks ago, or even days ago, you should say, hours, I should say. But I just think Liverpool are going to have to strengthen that midfield. They'll be looking to close that gap, definitely. This is a bit of a freak season for Liverpool. I think the shock of going out of the Champions League to Real Madrid, going out of the domestic cups quite early on as well. It's a bit of a shock for Jurgen Klopp, and I think it's a bit of a shock for Liverpool as a club. And I think he's the man to kind of turn this around and get them back to firing into the position. So they'll be much stronger next season. But in terms of closing that gap to Manchester City, looking at them, how they're Manchester City are playing in 3rd or 4th gear at the moment. I think they've still got so many more levels to go. So I believe that Liverpool are going to have to really spend big to close that gap between them and Manchester City.
Liverpool going to have to spend big, according to Ash Sandiford. They are still leading Tottenham by 3-1 there at Anfield. They, of course, got off to a brilliant start in that game with 2 goals in the opening 4 minutes. Curtis Jones opening the scoring. That was added to by Luis Diaz a couple of minutes later. And then they added a third from the penalty spot from Mo Salah in the 15th minute. Harry Kane pulling one back 6 minutes before half-time for Tottenham. And that's how it remains at the moment. Tottenham trailing by 3-1 at Anfield. In our feature match in French League 1, with around about just under 15 minutes or so remaining in that game, PSG is still trailing at home to Lorient by 2-1. We'll be back over and with Molly Sumter very, very shortly to get an update on that game. Elsewhere, latest score to give you in Spanish La Liga: Espanyol 0, Getafe 0. They're into the 10th minute in that game in La Liga. And in the German Bundesliga, Wolfsburg are currently 3-0 up at home to Mainz into the second half in that game. It's Wolfsburg 3, Mainz 0. Wolfsburg still with a chance of getting a European qualification spot this season. So too Mainz as well, but trailing 3-0, that's not really going to do their chances any good at all. Wolfsburg are currently in 7th spot on 46 points, 2 points behind Leverkusen, who occupy that 6th and final European qualification spot at the moment. So that's how things stand in the German Bundesliga. Let's give you latest news from the Nigerian Premier League as each of these matches move towards full time. It's Abia Warriors 2, Dakar FC 0, Bayelsa United 1, Sunshine Stars 1, El Kanemi 0, and Yimba 1. Enugu 2, Wiki Tourist 0, Gombe 0, Bendale 0, Kawara 1, Plateau 1, Lobby Stars 1, Niger 1, and it also remains Remo Stars 1, Aqua United 0. They are the latest scores there for you in the Nigerian Premier League. Just looking ahead once again to the midweek action, of course, taking place in the Premier League. A reminder that you can join Barry Swain tomorrow for the preview show on Brilla FM. Tomorrow evening, Leicester City taking on Everton in that relegation 6-pointer at the King Power Stadium. Kickoff 9 p.m. An absolutely huge game for both sides. Leicester City forward Kelechi Iheanacho could miss the rest of the season, of course, after he sustained that groin injury during the draw at Leeds United last time out. Other team news for Leicester: Johnny Evans has returned to training following illness. As for Everton, Captain Seamus Coleman continues to be assessed, having missed the last 3 games with a hamstring injury. On the plus side, though, for the Toffees, Mason Holgate is available following his recent suspension. So that's the early team news for that big clash tomorrow at the King Power Stadium between Leicester and Everton. Elsewhere, other fixtures taking place this week on Tuesday in the Premier League. Arsenal at home to Chelsea. Of course, Chelsea without a win, without hardly a goal since Frank Lampard took over, retook charge again a few weeks ago. Arsenal will look to try and secure all 3 points and move back to the top of the Premier League table on Tuesday evening. And then in midweek, Liverpool against Fulham. That takes place on Wednesday. So too Manchester City against West Ham. Brighton are at home to Manchester United on Thursday. And, of course, Football Live will return on Saturday, the 6th of May. Plenty of action in the Premier League as we cover Tottenham against Crystal Palace, Manchester City against Leeds United, Wolves at home to Aston Villa, Bournemouth against Chelsea, and the early evening kickoff sees Liverpool taking on Brentford at Anfield as they try and press towards a possible top 4 spot, although it looks more and more remote. Although if they can win against Tottenham, and they are winning at the moment, then you never know. Elsewhere next weekend, action from the top European leagues as well in the German Bundesliga. Freiburg at home to Leipzig. It's Nice against Rennes in Ligue 1. And further action in the German Bundesliga, as well as Werder Bremen take on Bayern Munich, who, of course, have gone back to the top of the Bundesliga table following their victory at home to Hertha Berlin earlier on this afternoon. And you heard it all unfold here on Football Live on Brilla FM. Let's head back to Anfield. Liverpool against Tottenham for an update. Here's Ash Sandiford.
Well, the confidence at Tottenham is growing at the moment. It's still Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 1. But they hit the woodwork I should say, again. And it's Heung-min Son has hit the woodwork from, I'll say, about 26, 27 yards outside the right-hand post. He's kind of just curled it to the bottom right-hand corner. And the goalkeeper had absolutely no chance in saving it. It's hit the woodwork and it's bounced back out to Harry Kane. And Harry Kane couldn't get it under control. And in the end, it went out for a corner kick. So Spurs kind of pressing and their confidence is building. They're starting to pop the ball around into the midfield. Højbjerg's having much more possession on the ball and linking up really well with Kulusevski. So Tottenham are feeling really confident in this game. And Jurgen Klopp, you can see him pacing up and down at the moment as he stands. He's not happy at all. This next goal in this game is crucial. But as it stands, it's currently Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 1.
And Ash, obviously, just a word on Richarlison. He's warming the bench again this evening. £60 million worth of talent. He's just been a bit part player. Still hasn't scored for Tottenham since his big money move last summer. It's been a really difficult season, hasn't it, for the Brazilian? Where do you think his future lies?
It's a tough one, really, because it was the crowd favourite at Everton. Lots of passion, lots of determination, lots of closing down. But he's not a prolific goal scorer. So I just believe that the next manager of Tottenham Hotspur, whoever comes and decides to take the helm at Tottenham Hotspur, they'll be looking at Richarlison and thinking, is he going to get me 20? Is he going to get me 15 goals a season? I can't see it. He's a good player, but I just believe that sometimes he loses his head and loses his cool sometimes in games and gets himself into trouble more times than he should be. So I believe that the next manager of Tottenham Hotspur will be looking at Richarlison and thinking, am I going to get the goals out of him? And am I going to get the discipline from him to continue to go forward and get Tottenham to potentially winning their first trophy?
Great assessment there from Ash Sandiford on Richarlison's future. It remains Liverpool 3, Tottenham 1 at Anfield with 57 minutes played there. Our featured match in Ligue 1, of course, is at the Parc des Princes. PSG against Lorient. Any signs that PSG may get a point out of this game, Molly?
I think the game has really, really slowed down in pace in the last kind of 15 minutes, Chris. Both teams, although PSG definitely need to go for at least a draw in this game. It's something they would have gone into it expecting. at least 1 point, if not 3. Lorient seem quite happy with the 2 goals they've scored and trying to see this game out. Neither team has really had any kind of chances that are of note. Nothing really going too close to the back of the net for either side. They have PSG have brought on Warren Zaire-Emery, who is just 17 years of age. He's come on for Danilo Pereira, so that's putting a lot of confidence in that youngster for the PSG side. See if he can bring on some fresh legs and maybe get a few more chances there for them. It's 81 minutes on the clock, though. It's still PSG 1, Lorient 2.
It is drama you will not want to miss.
Well, against all the odds, Bournemouth have taken the lead and not a single shot on target up to this point.
Yeah, it was a James Ward-Prowse classic. He just kills it beautifully.
Well, it's been absolute chaos.
Yes, Josh. Football's a cruel game. You can have all the possession you want, but if you don't put the ball at the back of the net.
It was again Cade and Son, like the good old days.
But this show never disappoints.
Yes, well, it's Brentford 0, Crystal Palace 1 here, and it's Eberechi Eze who's got the goal.
Oh my word, Josh. I cannot believe how Phil Foden has not made this 2-0.
Yes, Barry, it's a second goal for Borussia Dortmund, and the Dice Watch go on are running away with it now.
Welcome back. This is Football Live on Brilla FM inside the final 15 minutes of the programme here, right the way through with you until 7 o'clock as we look ahead to some of the action that has already look back rather on some of the action that's already taken place this afternoon. If you've just got in and you need reminding of the scores from the Premier League action that took place earlier on this afternoon, Bournemouth dispatched Leeds in convincing style with a 4-1 win at the Vitality Stadium with goals from Jefferson Lerma, a brace from him, in fact, Dominic Solanke, and a very, very late goal as well from Antoine Semenyo. Patrick Bamford replying for Leeds United. A desperate defeat for them, of course, which still leaves them perilously close to the relegation trap door. Manchester City going back to the top of the Premier League table with that 2-1 win at Fulham earlier on this afternoon. Fulham had got back on level terms in that game, but Julian Alvarez scoring what proved to be the winner to take the 3 points back to the Etihad. Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0 is how it ended at Old Trafford. Bruno Fernandes goal, the difference between the two sides. And elsewhere, results from earlier on today: Newcastle 3, Southampton 1 is how it finished at St James's Park. It remains Liverpool 3, Tottenham 1 at Anfield. They're just past the hour mark in that game. Let's head back to Ash Sandiford for an update, and still that 2-goal cushion. And is it a comfortable 2-goal cushion for Liverpool, Ash?
Well, it was comfortable, but it's not anymore. I think Tottenham Hotspur are smelling blood here. They're really starting to press and push a little bit further up the pitch. They had another chance, Tottenham Hotspur, from a corner. Song crossed the corner in, and it was another header from the back. I think it was Eric Dyer just headed it in to, I think it just rebounded off Fabinho and went out for, I think, another corner, but they didn't manage to get anything from the end of that. So Tottenham Hotspur are really, they're starting to press. They're going to have to gamble a little bit here. I think we can see potentially Richarlison might be thinking about getting himself warmed and stripped maybe really soon, because Tottenham, they're running out of time. There's about, I'd say 29 minutes left, but they've got plenty of time to get themselves. But like I said, the next goal is crucial. If Liverpool score, you'd think it's probably game over, but if Tottenham score, it's game on. But as it stands, Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 1, 62 minutes in.
So as it stands, Liverpool still heading towards all 3 points at the moment. Just to recap the results that took place, of course, yesterday in the Premier League. 16 goals in total involving the 3 matches that were played out yesterday. Brentford beating Nottingham Forest 2-1. Brighton smashing Wolves for 6 with a 6-0 win at the Amex, and a 7-goal thriller at Selhurst Park as Crystal Palace beat West Ham by 4-3. We'll recap all the full-time scores from the weekend's action a little bit later on here on Football Live on Brilla FM. Latest news from Spanish La Liga. It remains goalless between Espanyol and Getafe. They're into the 21st minute in that game. Action taking place later on this evening in an 8 o'clock kickoff as Valladolid are at home to Atletico Madrid. Atletico Madrid looking to close the gap on Real at the top of the table. Let's just check back in there with Molly Sumter, who's watching PSG against Lorient at the Parc des Princes. And no goal, I believe, in that game, Molly.
Yeah, Lorient looked like they'd managed to make it 3, but it's just been disallowed by VAR. I think there was a slight offside in the build-up to the goal. One of the Lorient players, I couldn't quite make out who it was, had passed it through to a player on his left who was just a fraction offside to tap it into the goal. It has been disallowed, but I don't think it will matter. We're coming into the final moments of this game, and Lorient looking much, much stronger than PSG in these final minutes. So it's, as it stands, it's PSG 1, Lorient 2.
So it remains 2-1 there as we approach full time with just a couple of minutes to go in that game. It remains PSG 1, Lorient 2 here on Football Live on Brilla FM. Reminder that Liverpool still leading Tottenham by 3-1. Of course, with about 25 minutes of that match remaining. All the goals taking place in the first half and changes being made. Ash Sandiford.
Yeah, double change for Jurgen Klopp and his men. They've decided to give Luis Diaz a little bit of a breather after him having his first start since October last year. So Diaz is off and Diego Jota is on. And Jordan Henderson comes on for Harvey Elliott. So a double change. I think he just wants some fresh legs just to get maybe get Jordan Henderson on the ball a little bit in midfield. I think they're starting to lose a little bit of possession during the game, Liverpool. So they'll be looking to get Jordan Henderson on the ball a little bit more just to kind of dictate the play and kind of see this game out. But as it stands, yeah, a couple of changes for Liverpool. No changes for Tottenham Hotspur. And it's Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 1.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Meanwhile, at the Parc des Princes, well, just a couple of minutes ago, Lorient had a goal ruled out, but I think they've scored this time. Molly Sumter.
Yeah, it's Bamba Dieng who's got on his bike from practically the other end of the pitch. PSG were on the attack, but Bamba Dieng, he's picked up the ball as it's gone from the clearance and he's run practically the length of the pitch up to the PSG goal. He shoots and it hits off, it comes off Donnarumma, but he's there to pick up the rebound with a header that's gone straight into the PSG goal. Mbappe has stood there shaking his head. The players from PSG are looking so disappointed, and to be honest, they've had the wind knocked out of them in this final 20 minutes. They came into the second half looking really, really strong, but they've really just lost all of that passion that they were playing with before. It looks as though it's going to be done. It's PSG 1, Lorient 3.
Wow, so all 3 points appear to be heading the way of Lorient with that surprising scoreline coming in from the Parc des Princes as they now lead by 3-1. And that will certainly dent PSG's title aspirations just a little bit, somewhat. Of course, they are on 75 points as it stands with an 8-point gap between themselves and Marseille, who are in action later on this evening at home to Auxerre. You are listening to Football Live here on Brilla FM.
Follow NairaBet on Twitter at NairaBet and on Facebook at NairaBet Online to take part in our infamous giveaways, and you too can win big. NairaBet, the home of sports betting and fast payments in Nigeria.
Next Saturday, exclusive coverage on Football Live. Bournemouth take on Chelsea in the Premier League. The best place to follow the Premier League and all the major leagues in Europe is right here on Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Brilla FM.
It's drama you will not want to miss.
Well, against all the odds, Bournemouth are taking the lead and not a single shot on target up to this point.
Yeah, it was a James Ward-Prowse classic. He just kills it beautifully.
Well, it's been absolute chaos.
Yes, Josh. Football's a cruel game. You can have all the possession you want, but if you don't put the ball at the back of the net.
It was, again, Kate and Son, like the good old days.
But this show never disappoints.
Yes, well, it's Brentford 0, Crystal Palace 1 here, and it's Eberechi who's got the goal.
Oh my word, Josh. I cannot believe how Phil Foden has not made this 2-0.
Yes, Barry, it's a second goal for Borussia Dortmund, and the Die Schwarz are running away with it now.
Football Live, the preview show, returns tomorrow on Brilla FM, exclusively looking back at all the weekend's action with myself, Barry Swain. We'll hear from the managers, we'll hear from the players, and we'll take a careful look at who's going to win the leagues, who's going to make it into Europe next year, and who will get relegated. We'll have a close look at all the big weekend's action once it's all taken place and unfolded, dissecting the action right here on Brilla FM, exclusively on Football Live, the preview show, tomorrow on Brilla FM.
Today's show is powered by Hollandia and vthe.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brilla FM with Football Live.
But it always starts with us.
All the key action from around Europe's top leagues.
Wow. Just wow.
You are listening to Football Live on Brilla FM, powered by NairaBet. Have your say on today's action and interact with Brilla FM on Twitter at Brilla FM 889, on Facebook at 889 Brilla FM, and on Instagram, Brilla FM 889. Welcome back to Football Live on Brilla FM. And let's just check back in with Ash Sandiford. Liverpool against Tottenham for the latest news from Anfield.
Yeah, still currently as it stands, Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 1, and it is what it is at the moment. That substitution from Jurgen Klopp, bringing in Jordan Henderson, is really starting to pay off. They're starting to really take possession and dominate possession of the ball. Quick substitution for Tottenham Hotspur. Pepe Sarr has come on for Dejan Kulusevski. So they're just trying to probably match up that little substitution that Liverpool did from Jordan Henderson coming on. But as it stands currently, Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 1.
I can tell you that it's finished PSG 1, Lorient 3 in French League. And that's just about it from us. Let's just recap the full-time scores from the weekend's action in the Premier League. It all started yesterday, of course. Brentford 2, Nottingham Forest 1, Brighton 6, Wolves 0, Crystal Palace 4, West Ham 3. And, of course, this afternoon's action, Bournemouth 4, Leeds 1, Fulham 1, Manchester City 2, Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 0, and Newcastle 3, Southampton 1. We will return next weekend on Saturday, the 6th of May here on Football Live. Plenty of action to look forward to then, with Tottenham at home to Crystal Palace, Manchester City at home to Leeds United, Wolves taking on Aston Villa, Bournemouth at home to Chelsea, and Liverpool against Brentford. Top European action to look European football action to look forward to as well next Saturday. So be sure to join us then. Be sure to join Barry Swain for the preview show tomorrow as he reflects on all of this weekend's action. But from everybody here on Football Live, as we hand you back to the team in Nigeria, it's a very good night to you. Today's show was produced by Pat Noiret and powered by Hollandia vthe and our official betting partner, NairaBet.